Yeah, why not? We just showed that the common sense reasoning is kind of initial capacity from our young age, like infants or like very early stage of the human beings. And in this workshop, we have a lot of open topics, include all of those, and but not limited to that. So so in our workshop, we have two lines of challenge: the clever challenge and also the star challenge, which is a little bit more closer to the real world reasoning one by one. And then, yeah, those are the new submissions in this year. And so in this topic, in this year, we are very happy to propose a kind of interesting question about the common sense reasoning, but a little bit specific. That is how much common sense in multimodal foundation models. Since right now, we all know that language foundation model already achieved lots of progress on the common sense. Like if we propose a kind of common sense relevant question to the ChatGPT, they probably give us a kind of a rough answers about the questions with some common sense background, although they are learning from lots of corpus online. Yeah, but there are more new works or new studies. They are working on that already. Like I'm very glad to introduce the unified IO or the Melot. They are come from the very excellent research teams. So they are trying to build a kind of larger foundation model with multimodal capacities, and they can understand more about the common sense in the photos or in the different types of instant level information within the photos. So yeah, so we want to, in the future, I think another kind of brainstorm question is that how can we combine the real human capacity with our machines or the systems, and to empower them about the not only the simple perspective of common sense, but also the multiple modality of common sense together. Yeah. So those are the reference that I used in this slides. I'm very thanks for their efforts in this direction in this line. I hope all of the audience here are very interesting to welcome our invited speakers and their talk. Then let's give them a break. Okay, thank you. So let's see. Yeah, let's see if I can connect them together. Okay, hello. Can you hear me, Professor?
Are you talking to me?
Okay, let me try one more time, okay? Yeah. Hello, Professor.
Hi. Should I start sharing?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're very clear. Your slide very clear. Okay. So right now, let's welcome the Jacob Andrews from MIT.
Is that showing properly?
Yeah. That's excellent. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thank you very much for having me, and sorry I can't be there in person. But I'm Jacob. I work mostly on natural language processing. And today I want to talk about just sort of a couple of projects that have been going on in our group recently, looking at ways we can use language data in support of other machine learning applications, and especially in vision. And I want to actually start this talk off with a very, very big question, which is the question of how people learn. And one of the kind of distinguishing features of human cognition is the ease with which we're able to acquire new skills and concepts. And we do this in a bunch of different ways. When we are lying in the crib, before we can even control our environments, we learn just to sort of compress what we've seen and to predict what's going to happen next. Once we gain the ability to act, we learn a huge amount from interaction, right, from exploration and trial and error. Once we understand a bit about our social environment, we learn also via labeling and explicit demonstration from our teachers. And finally, once we have it, we learn a lot via language. And it's the last of these that I really want to focus on today. The number of things that we learn about the world not necessarily direct experience, but from language is enormous, right? We learn factual knowledge, we learn procedures, we learn even information that extends our knowledge of language itself, right? I would guess that most of us who are here got into this room today by doing things like listening to lectures and reading books and talking to colleagues. Now, of course, our ability to do this, to learn from language, relies on all these other kinds of learning that we were looking at over here. But once we learn language, we can really use it to learn both a lot of these complicated skills, and I think especially relevant to this workshop, even just kind of like basic facts about how the world works that we need for getting around in the world. And so the ability to acquire and to represent the things that we've learned using language is really one of the main things that separates us from like, all of the other learning systems that nature has ever produced. Interactions between language and learning show up in all kinds of unexpected places, and to sort of motivate some pieces of this talk, I want to do a brief detour through my favorite psychology experiment. And the setup for this experiment is as follows. We're going to build some kind of rectangular room with clearly distinguished long and short walls, and we're going to paint one of those walls blue. So notice now that every corner in this room is uniquely identified by whether the long wall is on your left or your right, and by whether you're next to the blue wall or not next to the blue wall. We're then going to take some kind of rewarding stimulus, and what that stimulus is going to depend on the subject of this experiment, and we're going to sort of hide it out of sight in one corner of the room. And the basic experiment that we're going to run is then the following. We're going to place an agent in the room. We're going to let them find the reward. We're going to disorient them, and then we're going to see if they can find it again. Now, if you do this experiment with rats, they're not great. A little less than half the time they do the right thing, and otherwise they go to the wrong corner or they just give up. And the conjunctive aspect of this goal location is actually really important. If you just have to discriminate based on color or just based on position, the rats actually do just fine. If you do this experiment with pre-verbal infants, they're even worse. They're all also split between the two spatially equivalent corners, sort of ignoring the color of the wall. And if you do this experiment with adults, almost unsurprisingly, everybody gets it right. Right, so people are able to do this task just fine. But maybe more surprisingly, if you take those adults and you hijack their language abilities by giving them what's called a verbal shadowing task, you ask them to repeat some kind of prose passage out loud while they're doing this thing that we're asking them to do, they actually start doing quite badly at this task. They start behaving like rats or like these pre-verbal infants. This effect seems to be specific to language. If you give them cognitively demanding shadowing tasks that don't involve language, those don't produce the same effect. And so some evidence here that the language faculty is sort of specifically implicated in our ability to build and reason about compositional representations of goals, even for tasks like this one that sort of on the surface just involve remembering things and involve navigation and don't actually have anything to do with language. Now, all these other kinds of learning that we talked about before correspond to sort of big established research directions with their own textbooks and conferences. It's really just in the last couple of years that the community, I think, has started to take seriously the possibility that language can be a first-class source of supervision for all these other kinds of machine learning tasks. And so what I'm going to be talking about today are three actually pretty different projects that have come out of my group in the last year or so that focus on this notion that language might be a source of background knowledge for the other kinds of machine learning tasks that we care about from a couple of different perspectives. We're going to start out actually looking at interpretability, using language not to teach models, but to understand something about the ways in which those models are already representing the world and the kinds of features that those models think are important. Second, we're going to look at a sort of gnarly structured prediction problem where we're trying to go from relatively simple graphics to programs that describe those graphics and that sort of regenerate those graphics when executed, and look at ways we can use natural language as a prior over programs to help us with this task. And finally, I'll talk about that LAMP paper, the sort of more general story about language models as priors that the organizers flashed on a screen a minute ago. And I think the high-level takeaway here is just that there's, not only is language an important source of supervision and an important source of background knowledge for all the tasks that we're trying to do right now, but there's a lot more that you can do than just multimodal training at scale. So let's just dive right into this, starting with this question of how to use language as a tool for understanding what kinds of knowledge our models are already picking up on. And this is work by Evan, Teona, Sarah, and Josue. So what we're going to be focusing on here is the problem of interpreting features inside of deep networks, and in fact, specifically trying to understand the computations that individual neurons perform. Everything that I'm going to talk about today doesn't actually depend on neurons being the relevant sort of feature representation, and we can generalize this in other ways. But it turns out that features actually do carry, or individual neurons actually do seem to represent meaningful features in lots of cases. So how might I understand what a neuron inside some sort of deep network is doing? And there's at this point a long line of work on visualization techniques that try to understand what neurons do by finding inputs or input regions that maximally activate those neurons, either by searching in a big data set for sort of patches that we can feed into our model to maximize activation, or even by synthesizing images directly that have that maximizing effect. So this is nice. But it turns out to be really difficult to get a sort of model level understanding using just these kinds of visualization techniques. Because if we want to do this, we actually have to sort of go through every neuron one at a time. And in today's models, there are thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of these, and inspect each one to try to understand what it is that it does. These, sort of even understanding one of these visualizations is a cognitively demanding task, and doing it at the scale of sort of real computer vision models or real models of any other kind today just really seems impractical. So how might we automate the process of gaining insight about what it is that our models have learned by looking at these kinds of visualizations? And I realize I'm missing a slide here, but there's a sort of long, or maybe not long, but more recent line of work that tries to label neurons with descriptions of their categories, right? That sort of compares the visualization that we're looking at right now to the output of something like a semantic segmentation system, and tries to find the set of semantic segments that this model overlaps with in order to label what this neuron is. And in situations like this lets us label a neuron as something like a lamp detector. More generally, you can sort of formulate this as a problem of searching in some predefined space of visual concepts for a visual concept that maximizes similarity with the neuron of interest. And so if you've seen NetDissect, or if you've seen some of the work coming out of Facebook from or on concept selective neurons and category selective neurons in these models, this is what I'm talking about. But there's a lot more going on in these models than just sort of individual neurons functioning as lamp detectors or object detectors or patch detectors of other kinds, right? If you really look at all of the neurons inside one of these networks, even just sort of stare at a handful of them, we see all kinds of complicated and compositional behaviors going on, right? All ranging from really low-level perceptual stuff like areas above lines, all the way up to these category level things like keyboards that we looked at before, but lots of other things in between, right? Houses specifically built into mountains, patches containing colorful balls, sort of morphological things like long, thin objects of any kind. And so if we can't hope to sort of do this by predefining some concept inventory or using some sort of off-the-shelf segmentation model to label what it is that neurons are responding to, how might we do this instead? And a sort of natural thing to go here, if we want to sort of derive human-like descriptions or human-like interpretations of visualizations of pieces of these models, is just to try to produce those feature descriptions, those sort of model explanation or model level explanations in the form of natural language. And so this is what we're actually going to do. We're going to train, we're going to take these neuron visualizations that we were looking at before, these sort of maximally activating patches, and we're now actually going to train a new machine learning model that looks at all of these patches together and tries to predict from them some kind of natural language description of those patches. You can do this using something that looks a lot like a standard image captioning model, right? That's going to take a bunch of images as input, that's going to produce some kind of description as output. But it turns out you can't actually do this with the kinds of captioning models that we have sort of off the shelf right now. And the reason for this, right, is that models are not specialized to describe sets of images. They're really, the sort of captioners that we have, and the data sets that we have for captioners are really just about describing single images rather than commonalities. But we can go out and we can collect actually supervised data for this sort of neuron understanding problem by just asking people to label sets of images rather than images in isolation. And once we do this, we can train our interpretation model. And, the sort of real important high-level thing here is that we're using a learned model to help us automate the process of generating insights about some other learned model that we have lying around. And surprisingly, this actually turns out to be effective. And even if we don't understand, sort of at the feature level how this captioning model itself works, we can use it to teach us something about an image classifier or about a model of another kind. So very briefly, where are we going to get the data to train this interpretation generating model? Well, we're going to go out and we're going to take a bunch of these visualizations from real neurons in real models, and we're just going to ask people to label them. When you do this, you actually get some very, very high quality labels. And again, all kinds of real interesting visual phenomena, ranging from things like vertical symmetry, sort of bilateral vertical symmetry, like we're seeing in this top middle portion, and all these other textural and object level things before. And notably, what we're picking up on here are neurons that do lots of different things at the same time, like this neuron in the top right corner that seems to pick up on both plaid shirts and trees. Okay, now we have these labeled captions, and we can just train our big sort of captioning model, our explanation generating model on it. When you do this, though, you don't quite get the descriptions that you want. And the reason for that is that this, sort of neuron labeling task is difficult even for human annotators. So here's a pair of different neurons inside some image classification model that our human labelers, both label as patterned fabric. But as you can see here, they're not pattern fabrics sort of generically. There's something more specific going on in the left, which is that it responds to stripes, and in the right, which is that it responds to checks. And so a sort of natural question is whether we can get more detailed descriptions out of these models, something that would actually pick up on, stripes on one hand and checks on the other. And the way you do this is by not just finding a description that maximizes, sort of the probability of a human producing that description given the image regions, but by optimizing a slightly different objective at generation time. And in particular, we're just going to sort of penalize descriptions if they have high probability under some sort of natural language prior. And so this is going to downweight common captions and is going to try to find captions that are not just true, but actually discriminative for individual images. There are a couple of different ways we can interpret this particular decoding procedure. One is that it maximizes pointwise mutual information between our descriptions and our images with respect to some joint distribution over descriptions and images. And another is that it's equivalent to running some sort of generate and verify procedure where you first sample a description given your image regions, and then you try to reconstruct the image regions given only the description, and the quality of an overall caption is the probability of both the sort of generation and of the reconstruction. And this interpretation turns out to be interesting in ways that we'll come back to later. But all of these things are mathematically equivalent, and so we're actually just going to decode by penalizing things according to description probability. Good. So here's our model. We call it Milan for mutual information guided linguistic annotation of neurons. How well does this learned interpretation generating model work? So the first thing is that, we trained it on neuron visualizations that were taken from real networks. And so what we really want to see is that we can generalize not just to, sort of labeling the features that we already saw at training time, but actually to new features for new problems. And we do see this kind of generalization. We can generalize both across model architectures, going from AlexNet neurons to ResNet neurons. We can generalize across data sets, going from models that were trained on ImageNet and using annotations, an annotation model that we learned on ImageNet to label models that were trained for MIT places. And we can even totally change the training objective and use models, interpretation models that were trained on CNNs to label neurons in GANs. You can do evaluations of how this technique sort of reproduces the kinds of annotations that humans produce, but these are not all that interesting because at the end of the day, we care about labeling neurons, right? We care about labeling models because we actually want to do something with those explanations or with those interpretations that we've generated. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of those that you can do once you have access to natural language descriptions of every neuron inside a deep network. One of which is identifying adversarial vulnerabilities, and one of which is actually intervening in models directly to improve their robustness. So on the first of these, once we've gone in and sort of labeled every neuron inside our model, we notice that some of these labels are pretty weird looking. And so in particular, here's a specific neuron that we find in the very last layer of ResNet, right before we're about to predict outputs, that seems to respond to animals, vehicles, and vases. And we can find this neuron just by looking for things that are kind of semantically anomalous. And when we do, this one pops out, and we see that this neuron is connected both to the amphibian output class, the hermit crab output class, and the jeep output class. And what this suggests is that our model hasn't really learned to disambiguate between animals and vehicles, or at least between sort of amphibians and crustaceans and vehicles, and that it should be possible to find then adversarial images that sort of tie into exactly this vulnerability. And so we can do this, right? We can place jeeps in sort of aquatic scenes and they get classified as amphibians. We can place jeeps in other scenes and they get classified as hermit crabs. And finally, we can take animals and place them in surprising contexts and they get classified as jeeps instead. And so here we've used this explanation generation procedure to actually gain some kind of actionable insight about our model. It's told us about a specific class confusion and a specific source of adversarial vulnerability. Here's another thing that we can do that has kind of a similar flavor. So one thing that's been noted in a bunch of past work is that if you train a model on all the images on the internet, a lot of those images have text, and a lot of that text is highly correlated with the class of the image, right? So we see pictures of planes and they're labeled with planes. Famously, the clip model, right, will classify something as an iPad if you take an apple and you write the word iPad on it. And so the question is whether we can both sort of notice this behavior happening when it happens and whether we can actually improve it inside models. And we're going to do a sort of clean room version of this experiment in the following way. At training time, we're going to train on a data set of images, some of which are labeled with correct text labels. And at test time, we're going to evaluate on images where the text no longer corresponds to the contents of the image. When you train on this training set, you find, sure enough, inside these models, specific neurons that are sensitive to text, right, that wind up with captions like words and letters. If you just take these neurons and you zero out all of the connections to them, you just ablate them from the network, you actually fix a large category of these sort of text-based adversarial attacks, right? So here's an image in the top left that was previously labeled as a car that now gets labeled as a ship, or a chihuahua labeled as a frog. And in fact, if you do this, you can recover about 50% of the accuracy that you would get if you had access to a clean data set where this text image correlation was not present at all. And so we can actually use this technique not just to sort of understand what's going on with our models, but actually to make them better. Good. So finally, I know this is a computer vision workshop, but we've been very excited to see people putting these same kinds of techniques to work for understanding language models as well. So just in the last month and a half, there have been papers from Microsoft and papers from OpenAI using exactly these same kinds of explanation generating models, things that sort of look at a set of exemplars, generate a natural language description, and then rescore it according to some sort of reproduction probability in order to learn things, in this case about GPT-2. And if you're interested in using this tool, the code's online and we have a big sort of neuron catalog that you can play around with yourself. Good. So what I want to do next is switch gears a little bit and ask whether we can take some of this machinery that we've developed for sort of using language to understand what's going on in models and actually use it to sort of directly make those models better from the outset. This is work by Leo Wong and Gabe Graham that I'm going to be talking about, specifically looking at the problem of synthesizing graphics programs given only inputs. So at a high level, the sort of problem of inductive program synthesis, which is like classic PL problem, is to go from some sort of specification, which in this case is going to be some kind of image, to a computer program that when executed, renders that image as a consequence. These kinds of sort of inductive program synthesis problems show up all over the place, not just in the inverse graphics context, but also in text editing and lots of other places. And why do we expect this problem to be solvable? And in particular, why do we expect language to help us get a handle on it? Well, sort of fundamentally doing well at a program synthesis task is all about abstraction and composition. Right, programs are compositional, the visual world is compositional, and the structure of programs mirrors the compositional structure of the visual world. And importantly, that structure is also mirrored in natural language, right? So if we think about the sort of, if we were sitting down to write a library of programs that would allow us to draw the kinds of shapes that we see at the bottom of the screen, they would probably involve functions that, involve words like polygon and pinwheel. And in fact, polygon and pinwheel turn out to be words that we have in natural language precisely because these are sort of important, meaningful, and reusable concepts. And so the question that we're going to ask now is whether we can use sort of background knowledge about natural language to do better at this problem of synthesizing these graphics programs. Good. So how do we actually pose this as a machine learning problem? We live in a world that looks something like this. We have some natural language descriptions, like a pinwheel made of 5 pentagons. We have some images, some program outputs down at the bottom, like this pinwheel made of 5 pentagons. And we want to infer as some kind of latent variable the actual program. And we want it to be the case that this program is both predictable from our natural language description and, like we said before, when executed, evaluates to this image down below. And so we can actually write this down as some kind of, sort of probabilistic generative model where I need some model of how I get from programs or how I get from natural language to programs and how I get from programs to images. And so we're going to implement this in the following way. Our generative model of programs is going to be a large language model. It's going to be, I think in all of the experiments, I'm going to show you codecs, but we now have many sort of general purpose language models that are good at going from language to code. And so we're going to sort of condition the model like this. We're going to tell it what the primitive functions in our language are like, which in this case are sort of all the primitives that you have in like turtle graphics and logo. And then we're going to give it a natural language input, and it's going to give us some sort of distribution over programs as output. Now, notice that the natural language is underspecified here, right? We've said 5 small triangles in a row in this prompt. We haven't said what small means. We haven't said what direction the row is going off in. And so we actually expect this to be, sort of a reasonably high entropy distribution and to be able to sample a bunch of different programs from it, only one of which is going to correspond to this thing in green that we're actually trying to draw. So that's our prior over programs. And then we're going to have an execution model, which is just going to be deterministic and evaluate the program. So how can I do inference in this generative model of programs? Well, a very simple thing that we can do is just to sort of do a brute force search with respect to the sort of base functions that are available to me in this logo graphics language, right? Either guided by the language model or by some bottom-up recognition model that I've trained on a bunch of random image program pairs or some combination of those two things. But this turns out not to work very well. And the reason for that is that the space of programs is truly enormous, right? There's, sort of combinatorially many ways of combining these primitive functions together. And even with a really good heuristic, it's going to be hard for me to explore them all until I find one that evaluates to this thing down at the bottom. However, we can do a little bit better by also using our sort of natural language prior to tell us what kinds of reusable concepts we can assemble from the base primitives in this program language. And so in particular, if I can solve just a handful of these programs by doing this brute force search procedure, I can then go back to my language model and I can ask it to refactor these programs to correspond to sort of meaningful natural language concepts and rewrite them in terms of those concepts that we have in natural language. And so we can sort of put this together actually into an iterative procedure that we call LILO, which the title on the slide is out of date for, I think, library induction with language observations. And what we're going to do here basically is we're going to start out by doing some brute force search using the language model until we find some programs that actually evaluate to the images that we want. And then we're going to ask the language model to refactor those programs to pull out some reusable library functions. And then we're going to add those library functions back into this base DSL and search now in a library that's been enriched with sort of natural language meaningful concepts, right? So here's what the sort of language guided search step looks like we saw before. And here's what this refactoring and compression step looks like. To go into a little bit more detail, we're actually going to let the refactoring happen using sort of some automatic like formal evaluation tools from the programming languages literature that have come out just in the last couple of years. And then we're going to use the language model to tell us what these functions that we've discovered are and give them names. And it turns out to be very good at this. Here's an example of this, not in a graphics domain, but in a regular expression writing domain. And this model is able to recognize a vowel function, just from the sort of raw code of that thing. And so when we do this, when we sort of combine language-guided synthesis with language-guided library learning, you can dramatically outperform state-of-the-art program synthesis engines. And you can do this, both, with just the natural language annotations and without the big language model, and also with the language model in the loop instead. And maybe most excitingly, the kinds of functions that we learn here turn out to correspond to meaningful natural language concepts, just like we would expect, right? So we invent a new library function that draws these staircases, and we label it as the staircase function in the top right corner here. We find a function that draws semicircles, and we label it as the semicircle function down in the bottom left corner here, and various other things. Maybe even more excitingly, you can use these libraries that you learn to sort of learn things about how humans perceive the visual world. And so we've been collaborating with some cognitive scientists at UCSD and Stanford to do that. But this went by very quickly. I guess the high level point that I want to make is that when we care about solving these inverse graphics problems, we can do much better at them with some sort of prior over graphics programs that doesn't actually have access to any vision at all and has just been trained on text paired with programs. And the reason that this works is that this model, sort of has learned a lot about the visual world and learned a lot about the kinds of common sense concepts that people find important in the visual world just by reading a bunch of text. Good. I have just a little bit of time left, so I want to go very briefly through one super new project that I'm also excited about. Thinking back to the previous project, this program synthesis task, right? The high level structure of our model was I had some kind of natural language string, and I had a language model that placed a prior over that natural language string. And then I had some sort of like vision model, in this case, an execution model that related these natural language descriptions, or in this case, these programs, to actual observations in the visual world. And this turns out to be a much, much more general paradigm than just program synthesis. And there's, in fact, a large number of different sort of vision-y tasks or visual motor control tasks where having access to a natural language prior turns out to be really useful. So here's one on the left where we're trying to do semantic segmentation. Doing well at semantic segmentation is a lot easier if you understand something about the kinds of objects that are likely to co-occur and the places in which they're likely to co-occur. Language models, it turns out, know a lot about those co-occurrence statistics. And so if we write down some kind of generative model, that sort of uses a language model to tell us about the probability of objects co-occurring or of objects appearing in particular rooms, and we do semantic segmentation by doing inference in this entire model with respect to this language model prior, we do better at semantic segmentation. Similarly, right, when we're doing household navigation, somebody asks me to find a pillow, a language model knows that a pillow is likely to be found in a living room or a bedroom, but probably not a kitchen. And we can use language as a source of prior knowledge for that as well. And you can do this even for structured prediction tasks like activity recognition and sort of segmentation, where a language model is telling you what kinds of transitions are plausible and at what times. And across all of these tasks that I was looking at or was showing before, you can take one of these language models and just bolt it onto an existing model, right? An existing semantic segmenter, an existing navigation model, or whatever. And in some cases, dramatically improve the performance of this model relative to that base model. And the most exciting thing here is that you do this sort of happens most strongly or most often on rare classes and rare events. And so what this means, right, is that for many vision tasks, and especially these kinds of like robotics tasks where we're actually navigating in a house, data collection is still hard and still expensive and still takes a very long time. And what that means is that rare events, things that occur infrequently, sort of objects that don't often co-occur but happen to in some piece of the test set have shown up together, those are exactly the cases that we're going to get wrong. And the only hope we have of getting them right is not by expecting them to show up in our little data set, but by having access to some really rich source of prior knowledge about what kinds of things are plausible a priori before we've seen any vision at all. And what I hope you take away from this is that language can be that source of prior knowledge, right? That thing that tells you that beds and nightstands are likely to co-occur, or that, if I see a sort of curtain-like object in a bathroom, it's probably a shower curtain and not a window curtain, and various other things of that form. And more generally, right, many of these kinds of rare events or long-tail phenomena seem to not be so much of a problem in language models once you train them at real language model scale. And building these kinds of explicit generative models that use language as a prior and existing domain-specific models as observation models lets you get the best of both worlds and lets you leverage all that information that's contained in natural language for other tasks as well. And I'm out of time, so I will stop there and take questions. Thank you for your time. And as always, all the credit here goes to the students who did the work.
Thank you, Jacob. It's very exciting slides, and we got lots of insights for the neural representation and about your new works. So right now it's the QA session. So we have almost over 30 people's audience there. So I guess if you have a question, can you hands on and show me that? Does anyone have question to the Jacob? Okay, so I have a question. Is that okay? Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so for your first work, the neural visualization, that part. So I saw there are 3 stages. Basically, on the first stage, can we use the unsupervised learning methods, or we still also need to label enough data for that?
Here, let me pull up a slide. So is the question that for this description model, do we actually need to get targeted supervision, or can we use something off the shelf?
My question is about the left part, the neural visualization part.
Yeah. Well, so this is not a learned model at all, right? This is just a procedure that sort of takes a neuron, takes an input, sweeps the neuron, if it's, in a convnet, sweeps its receptive field over the input and looks at the regions in which the neuron is maximally active. And so, this doesn't actually require learning at all. It's just like basically a direct application of the model itself. Maybe a more interesting question there is what about this description model in the middle? And can I use this description model as my, or can I use some kind of pre-trained model as my description model? When we did this work originally, that seemed not to be the case. And we actually spent a bunch of time trying to do this with CLIP. One thing that you can do is use CLIP to re-rank the outputs of a model that you've trained on specialized data, like we have at the bottom here. And that actually helps quite a bit, but you can't use CLIP directly on its own. That being said, there's like a new generation of vision and language models that I think are probably better at describing things like sets of objects and commonalities. And so this would be really fun to revisit. And of course, in the follow-up work that I was showing before from OpenAI and Microsoft, this is exactly using a big language model pre-trained without any special adaptation as the labeling thing. So I think we've seen this work in other domains, and I'm excited about the possibility that it might work in vision as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So about when you observing the neurons activation in your left part, in your figure left part.
Yeah.
So do you see some kind of a dynamic shifting on the activation, or they are all distributed by a kind of a static distribution?
I'm not quite sure what that means.
I mean, and neural regions, active neural regions, are they follow a kind of a static or a dynamic distribution?
What does dynamic mean?
I mean, so right now you're visualize the neural results, right? Each of the neuron results, active neuron results. But could you observe the activation on the neural network neurons? Is that possible?
Oh, you mean like thresholding versus doing this? Yeah. So this is just kind of a convenience for like making this legible to the human annotators and then the description model. You can do these computations not with respect. So we're thresholding activations. We're showing here, I think, like the 95th percentile of the activation for this neuron over the whole data set lights up in these images. But you could certainly train this model, feeding that in as a continuous parameter, as a scalar parameter rather than a binary one. I don't think it would change things that much. And I think there's increasingly evidence. I was actually just at a workshop in Berkeley where some folks from Anthropic were presenting, and they seem pretty convinced that neurons like want to be binary rather than want to represent scalars in a lot of the models that we're training right now. And so that gives me a little bit of hope that this is actually the right thing to do. Okay, thank you very much. So right now we have an audience who has some of questions. Yeah, please. Can you hear that, Jacob? Yeah. I can't, so if you can repeat it, then that would be good. Yeah, that is working.
Okay.
Hello, is it working?
Yeah, working.
Oh, hi, Jacob. Awesome talk. So a question about leveraging language models to help perception. So my question is that language models are very good at generalization, composition generalization. Vision models have been really bad at composition generalization. Have you looked at, are these language model priors actually can help vision models to generalize compositionally?
Yeah, that's a great question. So actually, one of the things that we do in this semantic segmentation task specifically is we create a train test split where we hold out a specific object-object co-occurrence. I think it might actually be beds and nightstands. So at training time, this model never sees a bed and a nightstand together. And then unsurprisingly, at test time, when those things happen to co-occur, you see big drops in accuracy. And by using the language model to tell you a priori, hey, this is actually a plausible co-occurrence, you can do a little bit better. Now, that's a sort of strong or maybe very specific kind of compositional generalization to ask for, right? And you could imagine in a more generic way, if I'm doing some kind of vision task where, for example, like the objects themselves are not things that I have prior knowledge over, or they're, sort of arbitrary shaped blobs that I'm having to learn, from scratch each time, but there's some sort of compositional decision rule that sits on top of them. Then I think you could still probably build some kind of structured model that leverages the fact that now, even for kind of like more generic symbolic and context learning problems that don't exactly look like language, we do get good kinds of compositional generalization. But the version of this that works right now is kind of where the language model says, hey, this combination that you've never seen before is allowed because I saw it before in the training data.
Great. I think a kind of flip side of this, I try to prompt the model that let's say lava, right? So you prompt it, let's say, describe this image, it actually hallucinates a lot, right? So how do you actually, prevent hallucination?
Yeah, well, so I mean, this is, I think, an important thing about this kind of architecture, and maybe a case that I will make for continuing to think about models that are modular in this way, and not throwing out the graphical models book. The image observations are getting produced by a vision model, and so you're not going to label something as a bed unless also a sort of vision specific model that's only trained on vision data is pretty sure that the thing that you're looking at is a bed. And so there's no, in some sense, there's no opportunity for hallucination because the language model isn't actually the thing that's like seeing the image. It's just rescoring outputs that were produced by the vision model. Obviously, if the language model is like really, really, really opinionated and says, no, I'm convinced that based on the other objects that are present, this has to be the type of the object that I'm looking at right now, you can get the label wrong. But I think that's a slightly different phenomenon for hallucination as we typically think about it in these like big multimodal models.
Sure, yeah, that's a lot.
Thank you. Is there any other one have a question? Yeah, good. Go ahead. Yeah. Jacob, can you see the audience right now?
Let me turn my video on. Yeah.
Okay.
Very nice part. But my question is, for the first work, you kind of extract the image region out, right? So you kind of lose the relation there. So why not just still combine them together to just kind of mask the original image? Then you just use the mask the image to generate the explanation. Do you think, whether this will be better?
So if I understand, the question is, why not use feed the masked images rather than just the contents of the image in the masked regions?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's actually what we do. The description, the interpretation generation model is not just seeing average feature vectors in these masked regions. It's seeing the whole image with the mask directly applied to it, and that turns out to be necessary for getting especially relational concepts where, for example, you have a top boundary of an object, and the region that lights up is the portion of the image above the boundary that's actually being described, which is what we see in this top left corner. And you see a bunch of other kind of relational things like that as well.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, I think that's all questions. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you for
Great.
your
Thanks, everyone.
talk. Thank you very much. Yeah. So next, let's see. Okay, Rowan, are you online, right?
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, very nice to meet you. Yeah. As you know, the Rowan is very excellent PhD and already graduated, and then got a job on the OpenAI. It's very exciting department and opportunity to invite him be here. So Rowan, would you like to share your screen right now?
Sounds good. Yeah. Let's see if this works.
Yeah, work.
Yeah. Sweet. Awesome. Okay. Should I get started now or?
Yeah, I think now it's good. Yeah. Thank
Solid.
you.
Okay. Yeah. Sweet. Thanks, Bobby, for the introduction. Yeah. So I'm Rowan. Maybe just like a little bit of context. A little bit sad to not be at CVPR this year, but I'd be happy to chat with anyone off or I guess online after just like contact me. I did my PhD at UW and now I'm at OpenAI. And what this talk is not about is anything that I have been doing at OpenAI. I mean, I guess GPT-4 exists and we wrote about that, but I'm gonna mostly be talking about some of my older like PhD work, and particularly thinking like maybe 1 year out on the Merlot Reserve, and Merlot works for learning what we call neural script knowledge through multiple modalities. Yeah. So maybe I was also like reflecting a little bit on the workshop, and I really like the description and like thinking about these are the benchmarks and tasks to evaluate common sense. Common sense is really hard to know or to operationalize, right? And when I was thinking about this like a long time ago, when I was like during the middle of my PhD, when we were trying to create a lot of benchmarks for common sense reasoning, maybe like resurrecting some of the work in this field because it hadn't really been done for many years. The kind of the definition that many people stuck with was just common sense is all the things that models can't do today. Which it's interesting to think about because in the text only case, it kind of feels like most of if we were to try and operationalize all of these 4 kind of dimensions, they would all be kind of solved in text. And that doesn't mean that like you give it any text-based task and it's going to not make any of these mistakes, but rather it does kind of feel like we have a recipe that works very well for scaling up language models, and it kind of feels like we'll just, it's not clear to me that these are the right, that these are significant roadblocks along the way if you just have a big enough like flops budget or whatever, right? So yeah, common sense is hard to define, but maybe visual common sense is a little bit different and something special than just thinking about like, okay, if you ask a model some question in text about psychology and social science or whatever, will it get it right or wrong? And maybe just, to give a little bit of contrast, one text benchmark that I helped work on, but that requires a lot of kind of world understanding ostensibly is this benchmark called SWAG. We followed up with HelloSwag, but there's some questions like this. A man has a few tools and is pumping his car up so he can take off the tire. He A, stops in the front of the bike and moves it to the left. B, gets out of the car while leaving the engine running. C, uses the tool to take off all of the nuts one by one. Or D, goes down from the car is landing straight in. So this is a question that is only about text, but I guess as humans, we would try and presumably answer this problem by using our internal model about how the world works, which we learned by, say, watching people, I don't know, interact with cars and whatnot. We'd read this answer, and after thinking about what all of these imply, we would say the answer is C. But that's something that like a GPT-4 level model would get right pretty much all the time anyways. And so maybe there's some things that are harder about vision than in the text only case that I think are worth mentioning and highlighting, right? And so maybe there's 2 things that I think are pretty important. So first, the observation space in vision is bigger. Like there's so much more information we're taking in through perception, and much of the information that we perceive is not directly helpful for solving one of these tasks that we're given. And then maybe the other thing is that we don't have a pre-training recipe that seems to work at least quite as neatly as predicting the next word in text. And so maybe I'll be talking about today about some of these things, both like kind of measuring and defining common sense reasoning a bit. And then also like think about pre-training recipes for vision and language, because I think that really ticks off that second box. I'm going to be trying to ask more questions than provide answers, but trying to like, reflect a little about what has and has not worked over the years. Yeah, so hopefully there'll be plenty of exciting questions at the end. Okay, so here's an example, just like a video that I kind of included in all my talks, but I've been showing you this image, right? And given this video or this image, right, I could ask you a question about it. And maybe the question that I want to ask today is, why is this person pointing? And you can think of it yourself and guess, but I would kind of say the answer for why I think this person is pointing is he's telling the server who ordered the pancakes. Because there's this server and the server is bringing food to the table and they might not know whose order is whose. And we could come up with an answer like that, but doing so, I think is a pretty tricky problem. Like, it requires understanding the world beyond what is literally shown in the image. And so, like, you could detect the objects here, but that's not enough to know this, how to answer this. You could classify the scene and say it's a diner, but that's also doesn't really help you. You could point out a couple of relationships. And really what I would say for this and many other common sense questions, one of the really important things is that it's really hard to turn this into some to define a structure that neatly gives you the answer to this task, or that would be sufficient to describe this image enough to be able to answer this question correctly. And I think like maybe that's something important about like visual common sense, is that it involves like for any kind of structure that you provide about the world, visual common sense is always like, no, that structure is never enough. And so maybe the only structure, like, I mean, we could do toy experiments all the time, like all day with learning these structures, but I think visual common sense is always going to be a little bit further than that. And so maybe the only, maybe like the only thing we can really do is just write out a really long, detailed, messy description in natural language. But I don't know, I think that still kind of doesn't quite get at the real problem, which is that we can zoom in arbitrarily and always ask some more question or provide some more detail that just was not in the very detailed caption. And so like these are surface level observations, but from the vision, we as humans are making more, making inferences about the physics of the world, making inferences about events. And this is not like this observation that I'm giving you is not a very new observation. It's been around for many decades. And one such formalism that's very popular is called script knowledge. It's posed by Schenck and Abelson back in 1977, or at least that bigram was coined by them, at least to the best of my knowledge. And what's interesting is that like many of the things that they describe in this very old paper do kind of pertain to that previous example I was showing about the diner. So they viewed going to a restaurant as following these exact steps, and they look kind of weird. They look like a little bit of a hybrid between English and assembly language. But I think it actually relates deeply to that diner example, because it's about people's roles and what they're doing and the order of events. So customers need to enter the restaurant, then they need to order food and so on. And yet there's really a lot of issues when we try and break down the world into these like programs that feel a bit fake and toy, right? And I think like, I mean, for one, the structure needs to be annotated by experts. And so we could collect a lot of supervised data, but at the end of the day, that supervised data is only going to cover a little bit of the world. And moreover, the script representation is still mostly in symbols. And I guess what I'm trying to argue is that it feels like for visual common sense, it's all about just like the right benchmarks will always expose the limitations of the symbolic grammar that you came up with. And so the question that really excites me is, how do we learn this script knowledge? And I propose we should try and learn it from the world. And the best way I see that us doing that in 2023 is through web videos. Or I guess that was in 2022 when we released the Merlot reserve work. And so it involved learning event dynamics more implicitly rather than through script knowledge, instead through the parameters of a deep neural network. So like using the web to learn grounded knowledge about what people do in what order for what purpose and through which modalities. And we introduced a model named called multimodal event representation learning over time, or Merlot for short. So we had videos, and our focus on that work was on training a multimodal sequence model with objectives for learning script knowledge, but in addition to visual understanding, because that's also important. Like learning what objects are is a prerequisite to learning what they are for. And we want to build this model without using any explicit human supervision besides just what's already in the web videos. So given a video, we can split it into segments in time. And from each segment of the video in the original Merlot reserve work, we considered a single image frame and the ASR transcript of the word spoken, which YouTube automatically generates. So here the transcript is, in goes the cold water, and then it took 4.5 minutes to reach boil. We can encode representations of the frame using a frame encoder module to break it into contextualized patches, and we'll represent the text in this case by tokenizing it. And then we'll encode everything with a vision language temporal encoder that jointly models the video across modalities and over time. Now, a couple things to note. In the Merlot work, we're doing it over 4 frames in the video, or we could scale it up even further. And we use a transformer architecture for this, with 12 layers for the frame encoder, and then also for the joint vision language transformer encoder. So it's like around 300 million parameters in total. There's a couple of key architecture details about how to best represent this long sequence, but I won't get into that for this talk. Instead, I'm going to be showing you this high-level view for clarity. So we have this architecture, but now really the most important question, at least to me, is how do we learn this? And in fact, when we began this project, we began it a long time ago, like back in 2019, actually. And when we began it, we actually didn't even know if it was possible to learn script knowledge from video self-supervision. So I had this benchmark called visual common sense reasoning. And at the time, the best top performing models were all built around supervised data. And they would all train, especially on static sources like crowdsourced image captions. So they were never trained on video, for instance. So we tried a couple of objectives. The first one is we had Merlot predict masked out words. So basically the BERT objective. So you replace words like boil with a special token mask and have the model guess what might have been there. And the mask prediction approach is this like bread and butter learning objective for self-supervision on text. That was like what was also used by image caption models back then as well. But when we tried just using this objective, it did not work at all. The model learned nothing about images and much less contextual videos. And so there's a lot to unpack here. A couple of like retrospectives that I could talk about here. I think what happens is you give them the model so much text already that it doesn't really need to, in order to learn how to predict a masked out word, it can just use the other non-masked out words, and it doesn't need to like learn good representations of the visual world at all. So we actually addressed this by devising a special word selection algorithm in the Merlot work. And I won't get into the details here due to time. I think there's probably there's probably a bunch of like simpler ways to do it. Maybe you want to just learn everything like a left to right language decoder. That's probably the simplest way, or you could do something contrastive, which is what we tried in the next work. But these are all, we found improvements over the random masking approach, which didn't get us off the ground. Then we also added an objective of like contrastive learning by maximizing the video frame to its encoded transcript. And that was important because it supervised the frame encoder. So remember, we're learning everything end to end, And this prevents the frame encoder from just like not from having this like problem at the beginning of training where it just doesn't really do anything useful. And so the language model, the vision language temporal encoder on top learns to just kind of ignore it. And so this prevents that from happening. And then finally, we had a frame ordering objective. And so the idea was, we'll tell it that this is frame A and that's frame B. And when we randomly shuffle those named frames, we'll tell the model to put them back in the right order again. And so, the hope is that like now you have a model that's learning not just kind of what exists in the visual world, but then also why and in what order. Maybe what we wanted to learn is that this person might be testing out their stove to see how fast it boils water. We want to learn beyond recognition about world knowledge. And we trained Merlot at scale using 6 million videos that cover diverse topics. These are some pretty old numbers, but we can evaluate Merlot using the VCR benchmark I introduced earlier in this talk, or I didn't introduce it in talk, but that I was briefly talking about. And these are all in the fine-tune setting. You fine-tune a vision or image caption model, you get 58.2%. Humans get 85%, and Merlot is not quite at human level, but a little bit better than image caption level, and it actually outperforms larger models in this space. It does well in a bunch of other tasks too. I won't talk about them, but it's sort of like this is a standard model that you can just fine tune anywhere and get significant gain. Another cool evaluation that we tried is like that training on videos helps us get zero-shot temporal reasoning, and we tested it on this task about unscrambling images. So we kind of created this task, but it was loose. It was based on the SIND data set containing visual stories. So we gave it a story like the speaker started to show his slides. The first slide had an intro to his main points. They had made a schedule of the day. The workers were sitting in the back just in case they needed help. He had some fun activities set up. And so this is kind of cute because it's kind of a meta story, right? Kind of like what I'm doing right now. And then what we would do is we would scramble the images, put them in random order, and then ask Merlot to, given the story, like the text in the correct order, it would have to put the images in the right order again. So, and we could compare this with an image captioning model that just does image caption matching. And note that it ignores temporal structure. So this is like the Uniter model that I was talking about that just does image caption matching. And we could also do clip or something like that. It does about the same. It's like quite impressive for how well it does, but it ignores it. It just looks at each image and caption independently. It doesn't like temporally model the world. What our model does, and it does that without training on labeled data. And so maybe one thing it's learning here, and that was kind of cool to me at least, is that it's learning this connection both between, okay, this is maybe a speaker showing the slides, but the slides are in the next image, right? So it's learning this connection that's going beyond a single image. That seemed kind of hard at the time. And it's learning like kind of relations between people, and then kind of envisioning that these fun activities will have to wait for after the presentation. So maybe some retrospectives on this, because it's been a while. The temporal and shuffling objective was kind of a cool party trick, but it's probably not the greatest way of learning time. In fact, we weren't able to show that it directly helped on any evaluations. And I think one thing about that, and maybe one thing that's kind of more broadly true about many self-supervised learning objectives, is that it's going to make the context harder to learn from, right? You're trying to learn how to squeeze as much information as possible from a video clip and some assorted text. But by shuffling that video clip randomly, that's going to make it harder to learn those connections when it's shuffled. It is cool, though. It provides an interface by which we can query the model, but maybe there are some better interfaces that we can come up with if we're clever. And then, as I kind of said before, the mask language modeling objective is pretty gameable, because if you provide enough text, then the model doesn't necessarily need to learn much about the image. It can just use the text context. And so we followed this up with another work that focused not just on text and images, but then also audio. And so if I had usually this like breaks down on Zoom, so I'm not going to try it. But if you listen to the video clip, you would actually hear some things and be able to make inferences about them. So you might be able to like listen to these people talking and be able to be like, okay, wow, these people are being noisy and rude, and that's making this other person feel uncomfortable. But maybe the other reason why I didn't show you the sound was because you actually don't need the sound in order to figure this out. As a human, we're always learning this connection between multiple modalities. In fact, that's kind of part of how we learn about the world as infants. And you could even just look at this person's body language and imagine the sound he's making, or you could read what he said and imagine the same thing. And so what I'm arguing here is that our implicit knowledge that we learned about the world through sound helps us unpack the situation. And again, I kind of hinted that this, relates to developmental psychology. There's something important here that goes beyond sound itself. And it's this idea called multimodal reentry that's theorized to be part of how we as humans learn about the world. And the idea is that when we're exploring the world, we're experiencing time-locked correlations of an event through language and vision and sound and other modalities too, like touch and whatnot. And our knowledge from each modality is supervising the other ones. So, and this is all done without the need for an external teacher and without the need for millions of images and literal descriptions about them. So maybe the idea is that through multimodal reentry, we can be a bit more sample efficient when we're trying to learn about the world. And so I'm going to be talking a little bit about our work from last year's CVPR called Multimodal Event Representation Learning Over Time with Reentrant Supervision, or Merlot for short. And don't worry, I'll provide some retrospectives on this too. So the idea is we previously sketched out a model for images and subtitles, but now we want to reason over everything, including audio. And I think at the time, and maybe still to this day, I think this has still been a bit underexplored at scale. Like most models that we've seen just cover one modality or maybe two in the case of images and captions. And that's because putting together everything is pretty challenging, as you'll see in a second. But I think that gets down to the core of what reentry is all about, that the different senses are going to be good at supervising one another. And the issue is that when we use those previous objectives, masking out words provides supervision for just the individual words. But how are you going to align that with the audio, for instance? Like audio is this long-range perceptual signal. So how are you going to, like, if you mask out the word like water, how do you like cleanly mask out that word in audio? I mean, I guess you could do some kind of alignment problem, but it's still, even then, the word level masking problem was a bit sketchy anyways, right? Because as humans, we abstract away beyond little atomic sounds and we make more semantic predictions. Like maybe we're predicting that we'll hear the sound of water splashing and the speech of the person saying the timer is starting. And so note for like the first case, right, of the sound of water splashing, that's not something that is even transcribed, right? So we want to be able to learn those kinds of predictions too. Those kind of predictions, and a lot of other work has shown this as well, those kind of predictions can also help supervise vision. So in our work, we proposed a general approach to learning this. We'll take the video as input through all its modalities. We'll replace an entire sequence of both text and audio with a special mask. And so what the network at this position needs to do is it needs to anticipate not just the text that was said, was also the audio. And we formulated this as a contrastive learning problem. So the model predicts a vector about what we think the audio should be, and it will encode the audio of the sequence in isolation to get the single vector, and that vector will be the target. Each of these sequences, by the way, like each of these like audio snippets is like a little bit more than a second long. So it's making many of these predictions, by the way, over an entire video. We give it, say, like 40 seconds of video at a time. But I'm happy to chat about any of the details online or offline, or you can just read the paper. So we learn by maximizing the similarity between what we imagine the audio should be and our encoding of it versus every other encoded sound we have. And we can optimize this relative similarity through a log softmax. So this is pretty standard contrastive learning. And we can do the same exact thing for text. So the same objective for both like having an independent text encoder and independent audio encoder. So this approach kind of synthesizes a few state-of-the-art masking algorithms that were proposed in the literature as like BERT extensions, but it's also audio compatible and it performs better than each one as we in ablation studies. And it resolves the issues that we ran into with Merlot's single word masking approach. Now, a couple of key details I'm leaving out of this talk. There's going to be like one of the difficulties with contrastive learning is that there will be spurious correlations if you don't formulate the model, if you allow for kind of overlaps between what you're predicting on one side and then the context on the other. And so really concretely, if we're trying to predict audio and that happens to overlap with the audio that we gave the model or the text that we gave the model, even if it's a little bit, that means there's going to be a bias. And so what we had to do is introduce an algorithmic approach to carefully mask out the audio and text bands, thus preventing spurious correlations during model pre-training. It's definitely a bit involved, and it's part of the reason it's involved is because I think it's there's both noise in the ASR model, but also it's kind of a difficult problem to know exactly when a word like how a word aligns with the audio sequence anyways. Might be better to discuss offline, or you can read the paper. But the high level idea, right, is that we're training through reentry using sound and subtitles to teach multimodal neural script knowledge. And through this, we can look at the VCR again in a fine-tuned setting. Merlot Reserve gets 71.5%. That was even better than Merlot, and suggesting that sound helps, even for a task without sound. We have another demo that you're welcome to check out. You can give it this diner scene that I was talking about and ask it to predict what's going to happen. Is the man pointing because he wants to tell the server who ordered the pancakes, or because he wants to accuse the other man of something? Here it says the man is pointing because he wants to tell the server who ordered the pancakes with 90.3% probability. And so, right, that was Merlot Reserve, a tiny step towards this idea of learning neural script knowledge that crisscrosses these diverse ways of experiencing the world. And taking a step back, like kind of thinking about Merlot Reserve, but in connection with a lot of the other things that we've seen over the last year, especially. Contrastive learning is this great workhorse, but it is kind of limited, right? You need to set your data up very carefully to avoid leakage and spurious correlations. And we kind of did that for Merlot Reserve, but it was pretty tricky. And that also means that maybe it's more difficult to model more complicated distributions. So we can use it only insofar as like we want to connect a piece of audio to a context that has the audio masked out, but it's not clear that that's going to be able to get us much further than just noticing, hey, wait, like this is the person pouring the water or something. Because if it hears the water pouring sound, that might be just enough for it to perform that match correctly. And so I think what that means is that it might hit a ceiling in terms of how good it can be. On the other hand, I think it kind of there is this kind of challenge, right, in how to operationalize as a learning algorithm how we as humans learn about the world. Like we as humans, we don't learn, we learn to communicate in language. So that feels natural that language learning ought to be a generative objective. But it seems like we only anticipate imagery. Like we can't imagine exactly what's going to happen next, or pixel by pixel or whatever the analog of how we process the visual world in our eyes is. But we can kind of anticipate, okay, well, it's more likely if I let go of an object, it's going to drop. And so that we're going to see it kind of move, right? So we're anticipating the world through this like world model that we're building up, even if we can't predict it exactly. Maybe something like diffusion is the solution for this, but it's not clear to me. It's not clear to me what where we should be in this space between like pure contrastive and pure generative. So yeah, definitely more questions than answers here. If anyone has any thoughts or ideas or wants to chat, I'd love to hear it. Otherwise, that's all I have for this talk. Check out my website, rowenzellers.com, and you can check out the project page at rowenzellers.com/Merlot Reserve. Love to hear if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, that's very good. And you guys have any questions about the Rowan's slides? for other topics? Okay, here's one. Maybe.
Hi, Roman. We talked. So yeah, I want to chat about like your you're saying there's no good retraining task, right? Like large language models predict the next token. So what do you think about predicting images, right? Like predict the actual pixel level, or you could predict the latent representation. Would that be similar to compassionate intelligence? You're essentially compressing image data.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, so the question of being like how maybe like predicting the next token somehow, or the next like visual token somehow, or predicting pixels or something, maybe that could be a helpful signal. And yeah, maybe it is. I guess what I think though is that like maybe, if we put on our developmental psychology hats, it kind of feels like as humans we don't directly seem to do this. We seem to be learning by anticipating the world rather than like predicting exactly what's going to happen next. Maybe like, if you ask someone to paint a picture about like a scene, they're probably going not like they can't like their picture in their head isn't going to cover say like every leaf of a tree, but it'll cover like, okay, well, this is the trunk and this is where the tree was roughly at, and maybe we can just kind of hallucinate the other details, right? And so we want some objective that's going to encourage the higher level details first and the lower level details second. And it's not clear to me that predicting the pixels really does this, but maybe it does. I don't know. I'd love to see papers that really do a good job evaluating this, and they probably exist, but I'm not quite aware of any yet.
Well, you also have like paired video and text data, so you could
Yeah.
text, and then you predict text of what comes next in text.
True. Yeah, and so I totally agree. I think I guess what I'm saying is in terms of like what the right objective is, it seems like right now the best objective we have for everything is predicting text. And I'm not quite sure whether that is like the be all end all objective, because it feels like there's a lot that like audio and vision ought to be able to teach us, and it's just about operationalizing that in a way that's helpful to learn from.
So do you think like if it's a combined like predicting like what comes up next in text, and then like maybe predicting like you said, right, some high level information from the video. Well, right now we track pretty detailed, like low, like abstract information, like objects, right? We could say maybe a scene graph, right? We could predict the scene graph in the next.
Yeah, so totally. There's all sorts of like ways of like, stronger or weaker supervision. And I guess maybe kind of what I've outlined in this work is predicting in text what might happen next or previously through both like a mask prediction approach as well as a contrastive one, which the contrastive one could extend to other modalities, even though it's not, there is a bit of a ceiling there. There's that question about scene graphs, and yeah, I guess I'm not quite sure about that, right? Because as we were talking about earlier, or like the way I see visual common sense is it really just like breaks any kind of structure you throw at it, or really the best evaluations I think are the ones that such that like no way of producing like some structured graph would be able to help you get at the problem. Which isn't to say that like that relationships between objects don't exist. It feels way more like ad hoc. Like it's not like you can define that in terms of like, I don't know, 150 objects and like 50 relationships. You know what I mean? Like I think it's way more long tailed and open and whatnot. So I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is I'm a bit skeptical that these approaches are effective, but I would love to see better I would love to see some more empirical evaluation here.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you a lot. So I just have a very small question. You know that you got 6 million of videos and train the model. How many days do you need that? And if for some PhD students, they don't have so many, computer sources, do you have any other suggestions?
Yeah, it's a good question. I can't I think I can't tell you off the top of my head how many days 6 million YouTube videos is. It probably is quite a lot. I will say that all of the stuff I did in my in this talk pretty much was not done in OpenAI or anything. It was like done in a pretty much academic setting. I mean, I guess I was at AI2 during the time, but really I did all this stuff by asking Google very politely for TPUs. I actually never entered, like OpenAI was actually my first time in quote unquote real industry. And even before then I was like pretty confident I would be a professor. So yeah, kind of weird how that ended up working out. But anyways, I guess what I'm saying with that is that yeah, this is all like academic work for me. But I also do see like, I mean, I think and I was kind of like debating having this like little like quarter life crisis on my end too about like what am I going to do with my life after graduating. And so that's neither here nor there. But I do think it is hard, and so I totally empathize. But what I will say is that I don't think that it's necessarily too pessimistic in that like I think the scale like, if we buy like the scaling law results, right? It seems to imply that little models can have results that scale to large models, right? And that's like the hope, right? I mean, we don't know for sure because some of that is like extrapolative black magic. And it does require very careful benchmarking and evaluation. But if that does hold for like other modalities too, that aren't just language, then that means that through careful analysis and like trying like maybe a sequence of small models rather than like one big model, we can show some reliable things. So I think that there is hope for PhD students out there. And likewise, we need way better evaluations too. So like, which, doesn't really require that many, like it requires like time and money in a different sense in terms of like, maybe Amazon Mechanical Turk money rather than like training a giant model on many TPUs. But I don't know. I think there's stuff for everyone to do, but yeah, I think that I definitely empathize that it's hard these days.
Okay, so another question is about right now, some of the large language model, they already have some capacities for answering the common sense questions, where you explain the facts or behind the reason process of the questions. So do you think this is kind of a reliable way to close to the machine common sense, or is there any other expectation in the future?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, yeah, where are we at in terms of machine common sense for text and vision? And I kind of think that like, it seems like for a lot of these like machine common sense tasks in text that kind of had a quote unquote correct answer that many humans could agree on, it kind of feels like we've saturated them. And that's just kind of my perspective. There are some people who would disagree. But I kind of feel like maybe it doesn't mean that like, the model necessarily has like human level like theory of mind or whatnot. It's just that I'm not quite convinced that if we look at, say, just to give an example, theory of mind in text, that gives us like fruitful like a fruitful avenue for making the model more reliable in that dimension. So I think it is a bit tricky, but I think that also vision is a bit different, right? Because as argued, like, yeah, vision, the space of observations is so much more vast. And likewise, I still am not quite sure that we have the right recipe yet. Like, I mean, I think predicting text in some form, predicting, tokens or whatever is really helpful, but I don't know if it's going to get us all the way there. Maybe it will. Would love it if it does, but who knows?
Okay, Got it. Thank you. Welcome. Great. Thanks for your excellent work and then congratulations about your new job. Yeah. We hope in the future time we can meet up on site. That will be very excellent for everyone. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you very much. Oh, before leaving, there's still one question from a girl. So she just hands up. So yeah, why not?
For low, is it multiple choices? Or is it for the QA? I was wondering, because I was reading the Vision Common Sense 201 paper and it was like multiple choice. I was just curious how long you think it would take, or what does it take to make it not multiple choice based?
What does it take to make it what? Sorry,
Not
multiple choice.
in the Visual Common Sense, like making 201.
I guess her question is about that. So the VCR is the multiple choice answering space, you mean, right?
Yep.
QA answering space is multiple choice, forms.
Yep.
That malloc is also follow the multiple choice questions or open-ended questions or something like that.
Oh yeah. Well, so we fine-tuned all of the models in this talk were done by fine-tuning in a multiple choice way, I guess. Like I guess you have a softmax distribution over you give the model 4 different, I guess, contexts. Each context is prepended with a different answer, and then you tell it the first one is right and the other ones are wrong. Now that said, I don't know if this is really the right way we should be thinking about evaluation. So that was kind of another thing I was pointing at. I think the fine-tuning setup is pretty gameable, and it means that you probably spend a lot more time than you ought or one ought to figuring out the right hyperparameters to optimize on the your downstream evaluations. And I think that maybe that on the one hand, maybe another option is we should just do what is it? Try and do everything in a 0-shot setting or few shot. But that is also kind of tricky, right? Because I kind of feel like the exciting few shot phenomena in vision and language seems to happen at much larger scale, which is why so I mean maybe except for and I think clip is something that emerges at a lot smaller scale, but it's it's not quite clear to me that I don't know, for the GPT-4 with vision stuff, that it's not quite clear to me at what scale it really is exciting at, except for the ginormous scale. So that's also pretty tricky. So what I'm saying is, evaluation wise, it's definitely an open question, but would love to see more work in making the vision language models be able to showcase behavior, the exciting behavior quicker.
Yeah, I was just curious what would it take in the synthesis? Yeah, or
Okay.
What would it take? Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Little bit shy, but she said she agree with your answers and
Sure.
you answered that correctly.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So, audience, let's maybe have someone. You have question? Okay. Okay. It's fine. Okay. Thank you, Robin. Yeah. See you next time. Yeah. Okay. Maybe do you guys agree to have a 5 minutes break? Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Right. Okay. Okay. 5 enough or 10 is better? Oh, 5. Okay, got that. Okay, thank you. So we will continue after 5 minutes. That will be let me see. Yeah, almost 2:55 or 56. That's fine. Okay, thank you. Let's take a break. Hey, Jason.
Hi,
Yeah. How are you?
good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yes. Okay, so let's welcome the next speaker, Jason Lu. He's one of the excellent researchers in AI tool. With the Rowan, he did a lot of very excellent work on the common sense reasoning and also multimodal learning. Today is my honor and our first time to invite him to be a speaker in our workshop. So, Jason, can you hear us clearly?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, you can start to share your screen. Yeah.
Yeah, can you see my screen? I think I already shared that.
Not yet right now. Yeah,
Not? Okay. Oh, give me 1 second.
sure.
Okay. Stop sharing. Can you see it?
It showed you start the screen sharing, but cannot see the content or slides.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, like
Okay.
right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Should I rejoin? Give me 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah, or maybe you need to convert the screen you
Okay.
know. Yeah.
Yeah,
or-
just 1 second.
yeah. Take your time. Yeah.
Okay, let me share now. Can we see the slides now?
Yeah, right now it's good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. And yeah, hi, I'm Jason. So due to the visa issues, I cannot join the workshop in person. And yeah, so today I'm going to talk about this kind of like a 3 different approach towards this multimodal LLMs. Like, although like Rowan's here and there's GPT-4 is great, but there are a lot of open source approaches trying to achieving that. So the first 2 part of the will be more like a summarization of the existing work. I will also share our ongoing some efforts about training these things from scratch. Okay, let's start. So like needless to say that these large language models demonstrate really strong capabilities, right? So on the left, so this is an example of this ChatGPT blog post about the model can really accomplish a query of the users, which is to write a short note to introduce himself to the user. And on the right, so actually people extending this multi-model version of it. So the model can take in an image as input and successfully answer what is an unusual part of the image. So we do see some of the GPT-4 answers and also some of the recent kind of adaptation method that also achieving pretty good performance, good result on this case, on this example. So the really cool thing about this kind of like a LLM, the large language model, is they are really open vocabulary by nature and have a very strong reasoning abilities. So, and this is one of the examples also shown in the GPT technical report. So the user requests model to read and summarize the instruction, the Instruct-GPT paper, and the model can do an amazing job, which in general requires kind of like multiple skills, including the OCR, like reading figures and diagrams, and all from the pixel space. And finally, summarizing all of the content into short phrases or short sentences. So the large language model, such as GPT 3.5 and ChatGPT is unimodal, right? We all know that. Well, the GPT-4, which is multimodal, and can understand the image as shown earlier, right? So recently, how to extending language only these LLMs with the ability to understand the other modalities is a very active research area. Depends on how we are use the LLMs. So we can roughly making this into 3 different categories. So coordinations, adaptations, or we can learn everything from scratch. So roughly speaking, this coordination approach directly using this ILM as a planner to accomplish to kind of like coordinate different modules or functions to accomplish a real work of the multimodal task. And the adaptation approach directly feed the multimodal features into LLM and align them by fine-tuning a small set of adapter parameters with limited data. While training from scratch is to join train these LLM models from large-scale multimodal data, and thus is naturally grounded across modalities. So just a little bit recap here that the earlier speakers said the kind of like the really initial work of using the kind of like coordinator is modular network is actually from 2015 from Jacob. And so given the image and the questions, the modular network learns to parse the questions into structures that compose of reusable modules, right? So each modules will corresponding to one skills, such as find or describe, etc. Right, so so given these strong reasoning abilities of this large language modeling, so the kind of a coordination approach is to use this LLM like prompt to structure that capture new multimodal abilities, so without requiring fine-tuning or any training. So these new abilities, including this video search, such as stochastic models, or writing robotic policies, such as like code and policy, also like image editing as visual program, and also this kind of like using the existing calculator or other tools such as Toolformer. And after this ChatGPT was released, and there is really a series of methods that is kind of built based on the ChatGPT that can iteratively like invoke visual foundation models and solve tasks in the dialogue. Right. So the most complicated one, such as this, like in my thinking, is MMI React. So this interact with many industry level API from Microsoft, also the search engines, to provide a very strong performance. So there are 3 major pros to use this large language model as a coordinator, right? So first is kind of take advantage of existing like large language model, and also other kind of visual or like other foundation-based model. And also there's no training needed, right? There's no cost at all. And register new skills you can using the prompting, so probably relatively cheap. And also like it can be easily producing the visual outputs by calling different generative models API. So in this case, the model can kind of like paint. So we do see a lot of like demos that can do that. But also the cons are pretty obvious, right? So first is there always a communication bottleneck between the task and queries, like also between the visual foundation models. So it's hard really to ask the model to describe what is the details of the image. For example, the VQA, like a visual question answering, so most of these models fail to do that. And also the abilities is always bounded by the number of prompts, right? So although like it's easy to edit, but they are kind of like limited by the number of programs you have, and also by kind of the prompts you have. And also this large language model itself is not improving, right? So what we really hope is that the model itself will improving when it's receiving this really multimodal information. And this makes us to consider this second approach, right, which is adapting large language model into multimodal LLM. So so this like kind of like a multimodal feature learning and Flamingo are really these 2 pioneer work that kind of like bridging this powerful pre-trained vision and language only models into multimodal LLM. So for example, in the left figure, this is basically this multimodal feature learning. And it actually is first to show the adapting the vision encoder with a frozen LLM, which can enable this feature learning. And Flamingo also demonstrated like this kind of adaptation at scale, right? With resampler and this gated extension that kind of like you can like remove the visual features at during the first training, and also this interleave visual textual data that is basically using in the future work, in the also like earlier work. So adapter-based method has this rapidly developed over the last few months. So, and they can actually supporting like various of these tasks, right? So if we can see this, this is kind of an incomplete list, and it having most of this is vision language tasks that we have this language output like bleep, instruct bleep, or lava, and also it can also kind of like doing this like manipulations or embodiment control like Vima and POMI, and also some things like generating images. So the first, by looking at all of this kind of like approach, so we can find some patterns, right? The first one is that the quality of this, like the models matters, the language model matters. So the llama-based models really dominate the open source research after it's released. And the second is that nearly all of the methods, they are mainly focused on the language output. So except there's a recent paper called GIL, and which enables this interactive retrieval and generation kind of like process. Okay, so a little bit more about this GIL. So kind of like they are kind of using these GIL mappers. They call it GIL mappers, and which is essentially a Q-former to learn to mimicking the output of the stable diffusion test like encoder, right? So this is really a cool idea, right? Because in this case, it already showed that these mappers can generalizing to like our generated prompts, the better prompts compared to the stable diffusion test like encoder. Like only model, right? So in this case, we can enable the kind of like the language model with the ability of generating like the text or like which can further translate into images without kind of like really losing this, because this is output feature of the test encoder, and the feature space was pretty close, so probably it will not suffer this kind of like forgetting issue when it sees these things as a new one. And also there's another kind of like recent work, which is called Llama adapter, or like bind LLM, right? They kind of really using the recent like Facebook's bind architecture, which is training conscious learning models that kind of binding with different modalities, and by plugging the Llama, right? Which they actually enabling a lot of like full user cases in their demo. So if we are really looking at this adapter approach, and there's also this recipe from the existing work, so we can find that they are kind of like all of them show some like good recipes, right? So the first one is modeling, right? So the first one is that the clip features is really the core to enable this strong generalization with fewer data. So kind of like earlier, like for example, the first paper, they are using this image and the features, and also I think that's why this model is not working well. So we can using the linear adapter layer. So in the Lava they show that, or a deeper adapter with Q-former. But if you are using a deeper feature, probably you want to further supervise this contrast loss to make sure that your feature is bounded in a good space. And also the second thing is that when we are starting to kind of adapting the models, we might want to zero out the visual features at the beginning of the training, and that's in general leading to a better optimization, right? So the Llama adapter V1, V2, and also this Flamingo like teaches this, like basically say we want to do this when we are designing the model. And also in terms of the data set, so like existing vision language task can be a prompt to multimodal instruction tuning data set. And in the Believe Instruct paper, they show that this might be a good idea. And also in the Lava paper, they show that the GPT-4 prompt with visual chatting data and using the test annotations can enable better alignment with human preference. So to summarize that, this adapter-based method is actually the most successful so far, and which we see a lot of good examples. And the pros is that it has these strong generalization abilities, even on novel tasks, right? So, and also it requires minimum training with small set of parameters and with fewer data. So most of them maybe can be trained in 1 day or half day. So with kind of like limited computation resources. Well, there are also some cons here. So, so first is that most of them still limited with language output, right? So I guess this is the reason why, because the model was pre-trained in the language space already. So if you are really optimizing the models to do some other task, it will suffer this this credit forgetting, right? So basically, say you will forgetting the earlier like learned things, right? And also we are really frozen it to not able to let it to forget. So the other thing is that this large language model itself is not improving, right? Because we are frozen the major part of the model. Yeah. And yeah, and the third part is about the training the multimodal language model from scratch. This is still a very open-ended research domain. So this figure is based on the paper of the Cosmo 1. So that is capable of perceiving image input and performing this multimodal in-context learning. So it shows a very strong in-context reasoning abilities with limited model size. Right. However, so one limitation is that the model is still only produce text output, right? This is very similar to this Flamingo and others, this adaptation method. So, this is not satisfying, right? But why do we care about this multimodal output for a large language model, right? So like kind of like the answers might be the first is robustness, right? So in general, like so there's a theory that's like assumption that it's a multimodal output or multimodal information creating a redundancy such that the system functions functions even loss of one components. And second is self-supervision, right? So the sensory system can really educate each other, so without external teacher, right? So, and the third one is future learner, right? So the multimodal might be a key to make the model as a future learner. So in this case. However, there are also a huge difficulties when we want to learn everything from the scratch, right? So the first one is that the vision tasks are highly unnatural, right? So the annotations is manually defined in the most of cases, and we can rarely find it in the verbally expressed data, right? This is very different from the NLP task and NLP data set, and NLP like a corpus, pre-trained corpus we see. And also, there's no good way to really efficient representing the different outputs in the unified format yet. And I think this is also another kind of a headache like we are facing. So some of the prior work that they already like do some preliminary explorations on these kind of unified modifications, right? So first, the left line is this work is called Unify.io, which is our last year's work. We're trying to converting the different inputs and outputs tokens into sequence, right? So the kind of the interesting part here is that we're trying to kind of like really putting a lot of these vision tasks like segmentations, depths, and by using this kind of like unification codings and trying to learn a like autoregressive model to kind of like to learn like basically mapping everything, right? And it shows the models can actually learn a good job on it. Maybe not perfect, but it definitely can do some tasks. And also the right figure is called COBIT. So it can do this bi-directional kind of like generation of both caption and image, right? And although like this task is not trained for this large language modeling, but this actually shows that a single decoder that can actually do a pretty good job of image decoding, both for text decoding. Yeah, so also I'm going to share some of this Unify tool. Like we are still working in progress, so I cannot share any of the numbers, but roughly we really want to extending what we have done in Unify 1 and kind of like adding like more of this input. So the two more modalities are things we have now is we are having this image history input, audio and audio history input, right? So they kind of like they can now taking a video information's input. So, and also now the models is not only to decoding the text, but it's also going to decoding the kind of like the audio as well. So in terms of the pre-training task, right? So we're really trying to seek a way that it can like take advantage of both generations and also this denoising, right? So or like this mask modeling. So kind of like we are trying to we're having this multiple kind of objective by controlling this masking threshold. For example, given this image test and image input, you can mask it and denoising it, or you can basically say, I will make the image like as a black one, and now it's kind of more like a generation objective. And also kind of like to enable the model's ability to learn this kind of 3D understanding or point matching, right? So given these two images from the same room with different viewpoint, and we can actually collecting or like masking one part of it and asking the model to reconstruct, right? This is kind of a objective that actually called in the earlier paper called critical, right? But here we are using this objective and trying to kind of like see whether the model can jointly learning a good representations when we are joint tuning all of these objectives, right? And also with this kind of video input, we can now like parsing the image and parsing the audios, and also as trying to regenerating the audio. And of course, like with this kind of like embodiment controls, right? So we can simulating the agents to walking in the environment and also collecting some data that either you can predicting what is your future actions, or you can predicting what is the future frame given your actions. So kind of like this adding some action perspective in this kind of like pre-training data, right? So comparing with this EFI-IO, so we are really trying to making this a little bit larger data set. So we have basically we are actually much larger now. So which including like both videos, like 3Ds and also documents and also image tests, and also this like multimodal C4. Yeah, there's an open version of it. Yeah, and then like yeah, so we actually now we are in this instruction tuning stage. So basically, we are kind of trying to see whether we can creating using this existing benchmark and across its vision, NLP, and audio and actions, and whether we can to creating a kind of a multimodal instruction tuning that can actually changing the different domains output, right? So kind of each task and data set we will label by human or automatically by prompting, and that describing the skills the model needs to perform, right? Hopefully this can be a kind of first portion that enables these multimodal emerging properties. This is really our goal of this project. And really, like if we are thinking about the pros and cons in terms of this tuning this multimodal language model from scratch, right? So the pros is that the model can potentially interact with more modalities and learn more from the environment. And also the model might be the one model for all, right? So both understanding and generation, right? So, but there's also cons, right? So the first one is it's very hard to optimize. So this might actually leading to a worse MLM, right? Because a lot of the objectives, they are maybe conflicting each other. A lot of the video data set, they are actually pretty noisy compared to the test corpus, which the researchers, the NLP researchers, they already like kind of iterate through many times. And actually, I do see that our models definitely not not comparable compared to like if you optimizing singly on the test. And also we have to solving a lot of this kind of like gradient exploding issues causing by some of this specific architecture. And another is that it requires much more compute, right? So compared to this adaptation-based method, and also it cannot easily utilizing this pre-trained language model, right? So now it seems like Llama is super strong, and also if we can take advantage of it, right? The output in general is not too bad. But this is going to be something totally relying on the pre-training corpus we have. Okay, so I'll concluding this talk. So basically, we compared the pros and cons for 3 different ways that was this multimodal LLM, right? So there's not really a best approach, right? It really depends on the application we have. And also, I do have this kind of open-ended questions for like basically say the first one is that what is the best way to representing different modalities, such as it can easily understand by the LLM, right? So I think this is really the thing that if we want to really further improving these pre-trained models, right? What can we do, right? So we want to be able the kind of either like for example, now we are using these tokens, whether the tokens can be easily understandable. I think it's a very core thing or aligned with the models like internal or pre-trained model well or not, right? And second is that can be really increasing the ML's multimodal abilities without directly accessing this kind of that modality or data, right? So I think this is also very important because the data, if it is not in language, is huge, and also the data loading will become a pipeline, a bottleneck at some point, and I think this is going to be a very essential issues, and if we can doing that. Okay, and that's end of my talk. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your good talk. Is there anyone have questions? If you have question, you can use the phone at the center of the room. Okay, I have a question to you, Jason. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so when you train the new version of the unified IQ IO, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So if that has the reasoning ability, or if that only has the recognition ability, but across the multimodal domain or multimodal information and tasks. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a very good question. So that depends on how do we define the reasoning abilities, right? So if you are thinking about the reasoning abilities, it's like shows in this GPT model or large language modeling. I think at least for the unified 1 version, we didn't see that because the training corpus is much smaller in general. And but for current version, we do see that it definitely shows this kind of like facial prompting or these things. But really how good it is still needs to be evaluated, right? And there, even for the NLP domain, right, there are a lot of that you can think there are a lot of this this prompt instruction tuning stage, right? So this can actually increasing your answers quality really a lot, right? But currently we do see that this kind of like maybe not comparable to the best one, but it's definitely be here, right? So it's kind of like this this open yeah, it's this kind of open-ended like open source this like large language models, and we are basically similar to that.
Okay, that's good answer. Yeah, thank you. And another question is about someone said that if we use more and more data, including different types of modality, and feed them to the large model, no matter language model or multimodal model, that will probably pollute the model if they have different types of conflicts of knowledge or facts. Yeah. So what do you think? And
I actually pretty agree, right? So that's why when I'm saying that the cons of this source is that in general it's very hard to optimize, right? So I do see that in general, like when I was trying to train with multiple objective, and especially we are randomly dropping different modalities, right? So the data will become more and more noisier, and this is actually much harder to optimize. And we do see the gradient getting exploded because specific modules, like for example, in general, we see that the vision component get much peakier, and that may leading some numerical issues when we are doing this optimization. So we have to switching that to some specific, more strongly normalizing attention approach, like for example, to normalizing the attention part of the visual model only. And but I think for us, this is more like a research questions we want to answer, right? So whether and also another thing that what I believe is that we kind of needing a deeply interactive way that communicating between these different modalities, right? So in this case, the model can benefiting from that. But if we only, for example, plug in like different generators to the models, and this is kind of there's not enough communications actually like between these different modalities, and such probably they will not benefit. So yeah, so this is still an open questions, but I kind of definitely agree that like this is a very challenge to train in our case. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah. Thanks for your amazing and inspiring talk. I want to ask, so when you trained the large language model from scratch, what's the most important part? The quality of the data or the size of the data?
Yeah. I think we yeah. So I'm not an expert on this part, but there do a lot of recipes available. So the quality of data is very important. Size really depending on your abilities, right? So people has talking about that pre-training on code that can generally improving the reasoning abilities of the model, right? And also like if the data get noisier, so people I think like for example there's open source Red Pajamas which trying to replicate Llama 1, and so some like a researcher like basically they said that this data was probably not that clean. So this, I think the kind of like both important, but if you want to prefer one, I think the kind of the qualities should be more important. Yeah.
Thanks. Another question is about when you try to fine tune in your second section.
Mhm.
So when you try to inject new knowledge, for example, like CLIP or those kind of weird language model cannot understand spatial relationship that good.
Mhm.
If you like specifically collecting those kind of data and try to fine tune it, how to like avoid the sacrifice of the generalization ability.
Yeah, I think this is very good. Yeah, so because I do believe that also I'm observing that, for example, if you are we do see that this kind of language models, they can fine tuning on a very small set of instructions, right? So a 1,001, so from the llama they said it's pretty good, right? I think the reason is because this kind of like the models already having the ability of that, right? So in our case, there are definitely something that the model is not, because the pre-training stage is still the model is taking most of this like unlabeled data, right? So if we are taking more and more labeled data, especially there are some new kind of like definitions. So I think currently our strategy is to still mixing with some pre-training data to make sure that it is not forgetting. And I guess probably this is also how people in general kind of trying to, so probably this is something is very important. You probably need to include it in the pre-training stage. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, is there anyone want to give you a question? Oh, yeah, please use the center microphone. Thank you.
Nice talk. So my question is, do we have to go for this kind of final model, multi modality kind of large model, or like we should have foundation model for each modality? That is good enough, or it's just impossible to find a vision foundation model.
Can you repeating the question if possible, because I cannot hear clearly.
So my question is basically, I mean, the vision is quite different from language.
Maybe close to the microphone will be helpful.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's good. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, language is good to develop such a foundation model, but for vision, actually, it's very hard. Since I mean, there are different type of output in there. So my question is it necessary to develop such a foundation model, such a multi-modal LM there? Or I mean, it's okay just to leave vision there. We just focus on like large language model, and then we develop instead of trying to have another like multi-modal kind of large model.
Yeah. I think first for me, I think the necessary is definitely necessary, but depending on what abilities you want the model to have, right? So for example, earlier Rowan mentioned that we probably don't want the model to draw, right? Even a person, right? When you could probably, the drawing is a specific abilities you need to acquire. So but I mean, yeah, in our model, we are trying to pre-train with this objective, but that might be one objective that we can bypass, or we can kind of like limit. But I think whether we need multimodal signals for these models, I think the answer is yes, because for a lot of this this is kind of like this research of these babies, because they feel like the kind of the multimodal signals is very important, right? Although language modeling, they can be really good abstraction or good reasoning, but really a lot of informations that they are missing like with only language domain, right? So we probably still need to have some ways to accessing them and to enriching the kind of the understanding of this of the world of this by using this language model. So this answers can be yes and no. So yes is, I think, is necessary to be a multimodal part, but no is something like, for example, that's really the model needs to kind of like producing an image or producing a thing, can we using a stable diffusion models to replacing it, or there are some other ways that we can plug and play, and that might be a better like research. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you for your very excellent QA, and you explained a lot of information to us. And very good to hear about your new work. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. As
Yeah.
you said that this time maybe you cannot be here. because
Yeah.
yeah, other reasons like visa, something like that. But next time we hope we can be together.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's have a 3 minutes break, because after that we will welcome the only one on-site professor speaker today. That is the Jirajwa Malik. Yeah. Jitendra Malik. Yeah. So let's set up the computer. You don't need to connect. You just need to use this microphone and everyone can hear that. My computer is connecting that, so it somehow forward your information or a signal here and then project to there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's excellent.
What's the time? 40 minutes, 30 minutes?
That's fine. All time is plenty. We schedule maybe 14 minutes with 10 minutes QA, but it's okay for you.
So, but just tell me after, I'll try to make it about 30. So tell me after,
Yeah, I will
30
remind it. Yeah,
or
no problem.
tell me after 25 minutes.
Okay, okay, no problem. Yeah. Let me put this on the chair. They only give this a chair to me. And then let me use. Okay, next, I'm very honored to say that we invited the Professor Jitendra Malik from the UC Berkeley and Meta AI, right? Yeah, let's welcome. So Jitendra is right now the faculty of the Department of the Electronic Engineering and Computer Science. And he's also the faculty of the Department of Bioengineering and Cognitive Science and Vision Science. He's currently the author, Jake Professor. And also at least I know he's very famous, and lots of his students already be very excellent and famous researchers. So let's welcome his talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. So the theme of this workshop is machine common sense, machine visual common sense. So I'm going to take a particular angle on this, and this is going to be taking the approach to robotics based on child development. So this is a slide where the text of this is taken from Turing's 1950 paper, where he proposed the Turing test. It's a famous paper. And later on in that paper, section 6 or whatever, he says, instead of trying to produce a program to stimulate the adult mind, why not rather try to produce one which simulates the child's? If this were then subjected to an appropriate course of education, one would obtain the adult brain. So he's basically laying out a program of building intelligence, not by design, but by learning. Or a specific kind of learning, which is the way children learn, where there is some initial mechanism, and then on top of that, learning takes place. Now, this is 1950, so you have to give him credit for being foresighted, because the initial days of AI were not done like this, right? It was by sitting down and writing down how we thought it would, the equations if you are doing robotics or mathematical models, and instead he's suggesting this learning-based framework. The other thing which has happened over the last 70 years is that our colleagues in psychology have done a lot of work, and because of that, we know a lot about how children learn. So children learn in a very multimodal, experimental kind of way. So that first photo on the left shows a baby in a crib, and what she's doing, she's playing with things, she's batting at things, she gets visual information, auditory information, she puts objects in her mouth and so on. He's doing experiments. There's a book by Alison Gopnik, which is called about child development, called The Scientist in the Crib. So essentially, when your toddler is throwing things from her food tray, you should not get angry. You should say she's doing an experiment. She's learning about gravity and about social responses and so on and so on. And we can try to summarize what people in child psychology and child development know with this through these 6 lessons. This is from an article by Linda Smith and Michael Gasser. Multimodality is key. We make use of multiple sources of information. It's not just vision. It's vision plus touch plus hearing plus smell and taste and all the rest. Incremental. We never learn in a vacuum. We learn on top of previous knowledge and then on top of previous knowledge. So curriculum matters a lot. Physical, it's embodied, the child is embodied and is doing experiments in the real 3D world. Exploration, social, we learn not just from ourselves but from others, and we use language. Language comes later. Language is built on top of this embodiment. And then at later stages of life, most of your learning may occur from books, but it's built on a foundation which had all this richness. Today, of course, we have inverted this sequence. Based on what is available on the internet. So the most readily available knowledge of the internet is text. Every book that has ever been written has been digitized and is available on the internet. And that's why our systems like ChatGPT and so forth are based to sort of invert this pyramid. And I believe that this is how we made great progress, but to get to full AI, what we really want, we really need to pay attention to the whole sequence. So in my own research, I have started to focus a lot on this lower level of the pyramid as we are going up. And basically focus on robotics, because that's about physical interaction, physical intelligence. I'm not saying that languages are important. Language is important, but it comes on top of the basic sensory motor behaviors. So let me give examples, and then there's this famous Moravec's paradox, which is that the easy things are hard and the hard things are easy. So this has been the case for the 70 years of AI. We used to think that chess was hard and just picking up a spoon was easy. But it turns out that playing chess is easy and picking up a spoon is hard. Okay, and how do we do this? And here my example. Think of all these activities that you might do in a kitchen, and a 12-year-old can do this, and today no robot can. We will not have achieved AI unless we can do all this. So how are we going to get it? So in my talk today, I'm going to emphasize several aspects related to this. And a very important one is multimodality and experimentation. And I'm going to focus a lot on that. And then near the end, I'll talk a little bit about social learning from others. So let me give you some examples. So this is an example of dexterous manipulation. So this is work on rotating an object in the hand. You may think it's simple, but it is something which I've used essentially as paradigmatic. So this is a paper which was presented at last forum, but it's coming as a model of all these different tasks. There are many different abilities. So the first thing which you realize here is that that standard robots which just have a parallel jaw gripper are not going to be able to do these tasks. You need a multi-finger hand. Furthermore, we will find, and I will justify this, that it's not the multi-fingered hand needs to be accompanied by touch sensing. So sensing in the fingers. So when you press, the finger presses against an object, you get some signal from that. And it's not just touch, but also proprioception, all the joint angles of the body. We are aware of our own body still. When I close my eyes, I can touch my nose. Why? Because my body knows its internal state. And then a vision is important. When you're trying to do something very sophisticated, you use vision to guide your movement. So all of these are important, and that's what I'm going to take you. So we pick this task of rotating an object in the hand. And so clearly this cannot be done by a parallel jaw gripper, and I will show you various versions of this task. And those will give you a flavor of how it works. So very important is generalization. That's something which is obvious in computer vision today, but actually it was not obvious in computer vision in the 1990s. People used to develop recognition systems which could recognize very specific objects. What even called distance recognition, and you would try to recognize a stapler. Progress was made in computer vision in the starting from the 2000s when we said we want to do categorization. We want to have, let's say, many chairs and different kinds of chairs, and we should be able to say they're all chairs, or cats, or dogs, or whatever. So in robotics, if you are trying to do a rotation of an object task, it's not okay just to say I can rotate one ball and then I declare success. No, you should be able to rotate any object. So that's what you're seeing here. And this figure gives you the details. At the top left corner, you see the range in size, the minimum and maximum dimension, the weight of the object, and so on. And this is rotation about the z-axis. And we published this paper last year, and we showed that we could do this. And here I example with a variety, more variety. Okay, and interestingly, we found that we could do this task without vision and without touch. Okay, just by using proprioception, so just by using joint angles. I'm not going to go into details of how we the model, but essentially it is trained in simulation using reinforcement learning. And what reinforcement learning does is it's trying to optimize some reward function, and the reward function basically says don't use up too much energy, use minimum energy, and keep rotating. And that equation at the bottom, which is min of omega dot k R max, essentially what it is saying is try to rotate as fast as possible up to a certain desired speed. That's what you're trying to achieve. And rotation here is about the x-axis. Okay, and then and the way it is done is you train in simulation, and then we have this algorithm called rapid motor adaptation. And this is a technique by which we can transfer a policy which was trained in simulation to real. And we showed examples of it for walking, and now we applied this to this rotating task. Okay, and it works. Okay, so gates emerge. You don't need to program anything. So this is an example of, so if you want to think of that list of aspects of child development, this is really about exploring and being physical, and that's how we can come up with these strategies. And and then, so you might think, have we solved the problem? No, we hadn't. And but you have to always watch out when somebody gives a robotics talk and then you see, this looks great. You must ask, is there generalization or have they solved the full problem? So can you guess from what I showed what I cannot do? Okay, other axes, that's the main one. We could rotate about the z-axis, which is easier than rotating about the x and y axis. So if I just showed you those results, you'll get impressed and you'll say that, oh, the problem is solved. No, it's not solved. Another thing to notice is that generalization we did show, right? So different kinds of objects, but what did I not do in generalization? It turns out there are very, very elongated objects we can't do, like a pencil. Twirling a pencil is a harder problem. Which, okay. So anyway, I still can't solve the problem of rotating a pencil, but we can solve the problem of rotating about different axes. I should also note that there are variations of this task which are much easier. If you see, OpenAI had this demo with a Rubik's Cube, but they were using the palm. If you use the palm, it makes the problem much easier. Why? Because it can't fall down, right? Whereas I'm doing the task with the fingers, so if I make a mistake, the object will fall down. So there are all these subtleties that you have to look out for in terms of what makes the problem easy or hard. Okay. But let me carry on. So now I'll show you how when the problem becomes more challenging, it turns out that the only way to do it is to make use of full sensing, which means vision and touch. So let's try to do this. Okay, so here we try to train a policy which can work for any rotation axis. So I mean, if you remember your physics, I, J, K are the unit vectors along the X, Y, and Z axes, and then there can be an arbitrary omega. And how did we do this? Again, so it turned out that we couldn't do it with just proprioception. Okay, we needed to make use of vision. So, if you see on the left, what do you see there? There's a camera there. It's an RGBD camera. It's an Intel RealSense camera. And it's looking at that hand and the object. And then you get that resulting depth image in pseudo color. And on top of that, now computer vision techniques have become much more sophisticated. So we can use segment anything and we can segment out the object. Okay, what would the classical robotics people do? They would put a green cloth in the background and then they would use that to segment out the object. But we don't need to do this. So computer vision has delivered. Okay. And then in addition to that, the image from the camera, we also have the information from the fingers. There are 4 fingers. This is an Allegro hand. And each finger has a tactile, has a touch sensor at the fingertips. And that touch sensor is giving you essentially some kind of an image. That's what is shown here. So this touch sensor is in fact, there's a camera and a lighting. There's a light source inside the finger, and there's a camera looking at that picture. So what happens is the fingertip has some membrane, and when that membrane deforms, that causes a change in its appearance, which the camera will capture. That's what you're seeing in the tactile images. And so this is what the hardware looks like. Okay, and let's see. And now we were able to solve the problem. So if you see, this is rotation about the x-axis, and importantly, we can generalize. So we have different objects. It's able to do that. Let me see more examples, more objects. So this is still rotation about the x-axis. So we move to some different objects for generalization has been shown. And then this is rotation about the y-axis. Some generalization. And this is rotation about the z-axis. That's the easy case that I already showed. Okay. And yeah, so in a sense, we have solved it. But if you think a little bit harder, you can see there's. So I already gave you one thing which you can't do, which is very elongated objects. But otherwise, it's generally good. But can you think of one way in which you can make the problem harder if you can't solve? Where am I cheating? Upside down, exactly. So we did this right side up. The object fingers are below and the object is above. If I do it the other way around, it is harder. So I think we can do it, but we have to show that. Okay. But I'm giving you all the ways in which so that if you see many of the papers, they use the palm, which makes it really easy because then the object cannot fall. Okay, so we did it with fingers, but the object fingers are below and that is harder. And the other way around is even harder. And then, of course, rotating about different axes is harder. It can be easier or harder. So I'm trying to give you the flavor of the problem, but this is the kinds of things we have to solve. Once we can do this in full complexity, this is the way towards dexterous manipulation. So it's always going to involve the use of multiple fingers and touch sensing and vision. But I will, in the next few slides, I'll try to prove that point. Your question? Yeah, so it will recover a bit, but if it slips down a lot, then it's gone. So that's a failure mode. So the typical failure mode is it keeps rotating and then the object slips a little bit and then it slips even more and then it falls off. Okay, so how did we do it? Again, I will not have chance to do explain the full algorithm. I'll give you a little flavor. We trained in simulation, okay, and that's what is called the Oracle policy. And the way it is done is you train in there's a physical simulator. Physics simulators have become better and better over time, and with compute and GPUs and so forth, and NVIDIA is putting in a lot of effort in developing these frameworks. We can build on that. So when we train a reinforcement learning policy, the thing to note is reinforcement learning is much more difficult to make work than supervised learning. Supervised learning is much easier than reinforcement learning because reinforcement learning is basically trial and error. So the only signal that you get is which trials were more successful and which trials were less successful. Whereas with supervised learning, you get a gradient which tells you exactly how to change, in what direction you can be placed. So what we do is that we try to, and then the policy should do different things for heavy objects, light objects, elongated objects, etc. So what we do is that at training time, we give it this Oracle, this privileged information. So the system has access to like a point cloud of the object. Okay. And it has all the physics parameters, mass, friction, etc. So given that privileged information, which is being compressed into this Z, the policy by lots of trial and error, meaning like a billion trials, it figures out a good policy for how to act. Action here means specifying the joint angles. Okay, and we can do it. And now what you do is that then you want to deploy this policy. And now you no longer have access to all this ground truth information. The information such as the shape of the object, mass, friction, etc. So we have compressed it down to this latent variable Z. And so now the secret is, and this is the big idea, that we can try to estimate this V for the real object as we try to turn the object. And you can do it because you have sensors, because you have vision and because you have touch. And so what we do is we take that vision and touch information. Those are observations. They get fed into a transformer, and that transformer is trying to predict this latent variable Z which captures something like the shape and the other properties of the object. And this, it turns out, can be trained as a supervised learning problem in simulation. Because in simulation, you have access to the ground truth seed, which is available from privileged information, and you use that to figure out what the estimator should do. That's a basic idea. You can look up this technique called rapid motor adaptation, and we developed it originally for walking, but it works nicely for manipulation as well. Okay, so let's see. Then what do we do? So how? 6 minutes? 10 minutes. Okay, great. Okay. So during training, we train with a variety of shapes, and then we encode it with pointlet. How do we infer shape in the real world? We use vision with the RGBD camera. Okay, and then we also have touch, which gives rise to these images, and then basically touch can be reduced to all an image processing problem because each touch sensor is giving you an image. And we'll get some results, and I'll skip this slide, but the basic result is that the Oracle policy now, given this extra information, is able to work. But I think this slide is the more useful one. So if you look, in the bottom left column, this ROTR is some measure of how many rotations it can do without falling down. And there's this bolded number of 180. Okay, so this is with rotation about the x-axis. And it turns out that we can, this is a good number, because the number without, if you didn't have access to any sensory information, is 79.37. So basically you've got a huge improvement with the use of both vision and touch. So it's the rough story is like this. It's like 80 without any sensing. It jumps up to about 100 with vision. It jumps up to about 100 with touch. And if you use both vision and touch, it's 120. So this is a beautiful, simple example which shows that sensing matters, vision matters, touch matters. And I believe that this is a result for one specific task, but this is going to be universal. I think that all dexterous manipulation tasks will require this. So this gives me something which I can go and tell the robotics people, please concentrate on developing multi-fingered hands and tactile sense. Don't stay with your parallel geometries. We will not solve the problem of, I want to build a home robot which can make an omelette for me in the kitchen. It won't achieve that unless it can do dexterous manipulation, and dexterous manipulation requires multi-fingered hands with tactile sensing, and it requires a sophisticated use of vision. You put all that in, then we'll be able to do it. So that's the moral of the story. And we did a more detailed analysis of the results, and it turns out that when the shapes are simple, like a sphere, then being blind is okay. A blind person can rotate a ball. Okay. It's when the shapes are more complicated that the signal from vision and touch actually plays a big role. And it turns out here's another good example. This connects to what's the idea of an affordance, which is due to Gibson, which is shown in the top. That policy, when it is from that vision and touch information, there's this latent variable Z which is being estimated, and it turns out that you can try to figure out what shape does it correspond to, and that's shown in the right. So effectively, what we are able to do is, from this collection of measurements as the object is being rotated, you inferred some kind of a shape. So this is a different notion of shape than what people in computer vision have done, right? In our classic notion of shape in computer vision is, we have some object, we take multiple photos, we recover shape accurate to a millimeter everywhere. That's like using vision as a measurement device. But what we want to do is to use vision as a sensor in a control loop. And then this is the notion of shape that emerges. It does not have to be metrically accurate, but it has to be good for the task. And some tasks will require greater precision. If you want to put a thread in a needle, you need much greater precision than for some others, right? Okay. So I focus on this one example, but I think this is paradigmatic for how dexterous manipulation will get solved. I think we, people who come from background in computer vision, have a lot to contribute to robotics, because the future of robotics is rich sensing and learning. Rich sensing is vision, which we know something about, and touch, which is kind of like vision. Okay. And learning, which we spend a lot of time doing, so I'll skip these things. Okay. I want to give another example of learning in robotics, and this is for walking. Okay. So this is a robot which is, first I'll just show you some examples that this is a walking robot, and it's got a camera on its head, and everything is being done with the help of that camera. Okay, and it's an RGB camera on no depth in this one. And yet it can deal with stairs and slopes and this kind of stuff. Okay. So now I'm going to try to solve the problem of how do we train the system. So it turns out that when you just have RGB images, trying to train with simulation is hard. Because the rendering process is slow, and then there's a sim-to-real gap. So we developed a technique for learning in the real world. So let me try to show that. Okay, so what's the information we have? We have a RGB camera, and we always have proprioception. We have the angle, the joint angles, and the actions that we've chosen. From that, there's a motor policy. So what we do is, so how do we use the vision system to tell you information, for example, about stairs? Okay, so that's a question. So basically, in computer vision, we have talked a lot about self-supervision. I mean, in language as well. I mean, the missing word and predicting it is self-supervision. In painting is supervision. MAE is self-supervision. So what's a self-supervision that we can do here? So so there's no obvious way to do it. We figured out an alternative technique. And it's based on the following idea. When a robot or an animal moves, it's getting information from multiple senses. So what are the senses that you have about this robot has? It has RGB images, and it has all the joint angles. So think about it. What do the joint angles tell you about? They can tell you about the depth underneath you, because you can do your kinematic chain calculation, and you can figure out, okay, this link is at angle 45 degrees and this link is at 90 degrees. So you can take that chain and calculate what is the Z value of your foot relative to the body. So basically, underneath the robot's feet, the robot knows it's the depth of every foot, right? Okay. So great. That means that vision is not needed for telling you where your feet are. Your body knows that. But vision's use is to tell you where things are when you're far away, right? That's vision is a distance sense. It gives you some information about places you have not actually physically reached. So what do we do? So proprioception, which is the joint angle information, can actually calculate all the depths. Okay. Vision, you have RGB images and you don't know the depth from that. Okay. But what you, sorry. Sorry, I think my diagram is not so, let me move this. Okay, what you have is the following. A vision should try to predict the future. What will be the depth 2 seconds in the future? I don't know what the depth is 2 seconds in the future, but when I get there, I will know. So if I just store the information, then I use the future to supervise the past, right? So store the image that I saw now. I don't know what depth to associate it with it, but 2 seconds later, I will get to that point At that point, my proprioception will tell me what the depth is. So a time shifted version of the proprioceptive signal gives me the supervision for depth. So now I have converted it to, here's an RGB frame, and this corresponds to a depth 2 seconds later of 0.6 meters. So it's self-supervised. From one modality is supervising the other modality, but shifted in time. So, but you can learn with that. That becomes your learning signal. So it's a self-supervision, but in this cross-modal way. And that's basically it. So the visual look-ahead target becomes that, and then we predict from vision, and then that becomes our error signal. What your vision predicts, you will compare it to what the proprioception 2 seconds later told you, and now you can train your neural network with background. And this simple idea works. So let me show you some demos. So we started out with this blind policy, and notice that the blind robot behaves like a blind person. They're poking with a stick, and then it moves up because, okay. Now, but it doesn't matter. In this process, it is acquiring this data with which the vision system is getting trained up. Okay. Okay. So now, after it has got the data, and now the neural network which predicts from vision to depth is the vision, now it moves much more smoothly. And we actually created this curve of day 1, day 2, day 3, where day 1, it goes like this. It's sort of crazy. Day 2, much better. And day 3 is much better. So the performance goes up every day, and the error in the supervised cross-modal supervision keeps coming down. Okay. And that's and this is lifelong learning in a very simple way. But I think that this is the kind of thing that our human body does all the time. We are always calibrating, self-calibrating, right? And there is a beautiful example of that, which is called the prism experiment. So if I have my glasses, and in front of one of my eyes, you put a prism, let's say in front of one eye, you put a prism which deviates all the rays by 10 degrees. Then when I try to reach an object, I can't reach it because my vision system is getting distorted input. But I keep trying to do this, and in 10-15 minutes, I'm able to do the task. People have learned how to ride a bike with inverted glasses. Okay, because you adapt. Your visual system is giving you a certain signal, and then the motor system has to adapt in terms of how to interpret it. So we did this experiment. Okay, so let me move forward from this. So this is meant to make fun of Stanford colleagues, because Berkeley Stanford is a rivalry. So we took the robot to Stanford, and it was meant to show that we have training set and test set are separate. But here's the test where what Antonio is doing is that he is moving the camera. Let me play this. Look, it distorts the camera. So he's like, imagine that you took your eyes and you distorted it by rotating the optical axis by 30 degrees. Okay. And now this robot is going to try to walk. And the poor guy is going to suffer. Right? Because the visual system is messed up. But it's collecting now data with the new vision system, and it's still, the proprioception is still accurate. So after learning for like I thought 15 minutes of learning is good enough. Okay. So we have the before adaptation. And then after 1 minute of data, this is what happens. Oh, sorry. Okay. So this gives you so this is what a lifelong learning means. So anyway, these are two examples I'll end here of how taking child development seriously and this program of lifelong learning with experimentation, cross-modal supervision can result in systems which are much more robust and which can always keep improving in real time. I'll end here. Thank you. Happy to take questions at this time.
Yeah. So is there anyone have questions?
Let me stop.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I would just like to ask you, would it always better to have more modalities than us? Just to give you an example, if I run in the environment, maybe I might have to turn off my eyes to heighten my reading so that maybe I can focus more on the actual sound I make. It's not so much whether or not I hit the right note, but by how I hit the notes. That's a fair point. This may be more of a problem for humans than for machines, because humans, we land up paying attention to every modality. And I think that with machines, presumably a good learning algorithm should learn not to get distracted, if you will. But it is a challenge for machines. So if you try to develop networks which, for example, are using both vision and audition, then what happens is that often you focus on the easiest cue, and then you don't learn the harder cue. So in that setting, it might be wise to do something similar to what we described. But this is about details of how to use the information, because theoretically, the optimal approach would just figure out how to use each cue optimally, but our learning algorithms are not optimal. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. Was there a reason why you chose to go from 2 to 4 digits? And what do you think is your number of digits for general purpose in future?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, humans manage with 5, so that must be a good number. And there's an opposable thumb. I think this has to do with what hardware we can buy, which is easily available, which works, which is not super expensive, which doesn't break down enough. So the Allegro hand is what we chose, and that has 4 fingers. I'm not claiming that that's the right number. So there is a debate about how anthropomorphic robots need to be. And for a long while, the belief was no, they don't need to be anthropomorphic. And I think I am right now veering to the opinion that anthropomorphism is good. And why? It's because if we are, like I personally am most interested in domestic robots. So a robot in the home, which is going to do tasks in the kitchen, elder care, etc., etc. Well, it turns out that the environment in the home has been engineered for the sake of humans. So the heights of the shelves from which you can pick a mug or a pot, right? The sizes of the size of a spoon, the size of a knife, all of these are designed for convenience for the human hand. And therefore, if you have a robot hand which has roughly the same kinds of ratios and degrees of freedom, we know that it will have the same capabilities. So now these high degree of freedom systems in the past were a problem to control, because the classic control theory type techniques had a difficult time dealing with these complex systems. But with learning techniques, this is not a problem. So I believe that the future is to use multi-finger hands with rich sensing, and instead of doing system ID in the classical control style, I think we will be able to find learning techniques which enable us to exploit these. But the hardware work needs to go on. I mean, this is not like, unlike with cameras. So in computer vision, we don't have to worry about the camera there. Everybody has a cell phone and a camera and it all works. In robotics, this is not the case. The hardware needs to be developed, the sensing needs to be developed, and the algorithms.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, with the task that we demonstrated, the rotating and alternating, those were relatively lightweight objects and not moving very fast, so momentum is essentially 0. Would the overall approach still work when there's significant momentum?
Yeah, so as I said, the rotating task is not the biggest challenge in terms of dynamics, but we have done work on walking, where we have done walking, running. We have these quadrupeds running, going at high speed and so on. So there the dynamics really does matter, and we show that over different kinds of terrain and so on. So this underlying algorithm is what's called rapid motor adaptation, and you can Google for it and find the papers. So those we actually demonstrated first for walking. Yeah.
Hello, I have a question because I see the hand manipulation project has a very clever design that decouples the perception part and the control part. My question is that is there some kind of generalization that like when I switch the perception part, like the different environment, the perception part still works, and or when training that it does it provide some degree of disentanglement, like the perception and the control?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, which is about some kind of modularity between perception and action. And I think that modularity is desirable because I didn't talk about that, but we have other work where we have tried to develop these intermediate representations which can be used for multiple tasks. So in fact, my talk earlier today morning in a different session was all about that. And I agree with you. We need generalization because see, I think this is one of the cool things about these large language models or foundation models or whatever, is that they have been trained on enough data that they apply off the shelf in various settings. And this is a good thing. So my goal is that for robotics, we will be able to develop these more general perceptual models. And I think today we can do this reasonably for problems like navigation, because navigation is mostly a vision problem. But for manipulation, it's the problem is only like 20% solved. It's really most of the manipulation problem is unsolved. And therefore, we have to start out by doing, one task, two tasks, and then we want to develop a system which can do multiple tasks and so on. It will be achieved, but over a few years, and I really do hope that the solution is of the type that you want.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any question? Okay, if there is no, let's thanks
Thank you.
for all the work of the professors and the interesting work and interesting talk. Yeah, thank you everyone. We have a great time today. We hope we can see you in the next year workshop, and welcome to involve our common sense reasoning and all other challenge problem. Thank you.